Well, hello, friends. We are here. We are being here with Barry. Um, Barry is in this house. It's about light out. I did. He got some sleep. We got some sleep. So, you know what? Where are we here? We're clear down on the end. That's probably okay. Because really, didn't we leave him like right here? That's totally walking distance. So let's start walking down. Let's just take out individuals as we go. And then there should be a fairly large group down here. Should be getting there right about when it starts to get light out. Got the shotgun on me, but I've only got 2 boxes of shells with me, but I also live like a block from here, so not too big a deal. So a trip to Guns Unlimited is going to be in my near future. I don't know how near. We probably won't get there today because I do want to get back to the house and do some things, but because we're getting to such a good point. I do. Oh, I was gonna check his wound. Should I? Here, let's try to get into a house. I didn't want to check it too early. The bandage is still fine. I think he's fine. He just had a laceration on his hand. Of course, I need a new pair of gloves now. These gloves have holes in them, but I had quite a few. I think I had like 6 pairs of leather gloves at this point. So let's try to get him inside. And I want to check this because he basically. Actually, I should check the map too. I had marked a couple things. Let's do this. Let's fill first. Let's also. Oh, do I still have soap on me? I do. Let's wash myself. I don't want, when I've got wounds, I want to be very careful to not get them infected. So I was never actually able to disinfect this wound, but it never got, or it hasn't gotten infected yet. So let's just make sure. Let's try to be on top of this one. It's the second time he's gotten injured. I got a neck laceration at Brott Cattle Farm, and now a laceration on my hand uh, from that zombie in the damn basement. But he healed fully from the first one. Oh, we've got. I like tweezers. I was actually short a couple pairs of tweezers. Okay. Shit. There's not enough water left in there. Where's the bathroom? You not? Hold on. Oh, so you. How do you not have a bathroom on the main floor? They do. Can I not wash? Oh, I already washed. That's right. Let's just go ahead and wash some more things. Good to be clean when you've got these settings turned on, and it's not so bad when you've got soap. It goes pretty quick. Of course, then I'm just gonna wash everything. Of course, then you just run out of water. But the soap lasts. Oh, actually, he uses soap to wash everything, doesn't he? All right. I thought that soap was just for washing yourself, but okay. Oh, I didn't do the bandage. I just cleaned myself. So let's look at the bandage. Yeah, it's dirty now, so I'm kind of glad I waited a little bit. Let's just hope laceration. Let's. Why can't I disinfect? Hold on. I thought I just grabbed alcohol wipes. Did I not just grab alcohol wipes? Did they disappear? There's more soap. Shit. All right, well, I could have sworn I just, you know what? Here, let's, God damn it. Are you kidding me right now? I swear I just, all right, since it's infected, I could have sworn I literally, is this some kind of weird glitch? I don't know what's going on here, but my house is right there. So, in fact, yeah, it's literally straight back through here. So, now there was a bunch of Zeds through here, but I don't know what's, uh-oh, is it freezing up on me now? Uh, yeah, good times. Little freeze there. Um, so I should be able, now there's gonna be zombies back here. It's possible they all migrated. I know I drew some of them back through here, but let's try to just get through here. I could have, this is kind of drives me nuts. I could have sworn last night I literally ran home and grabbed alcohol wipes. It's possible. I don't know. Possible I used them at some point, but I could have sworn I had this all ready to roll. It's fine. It's fine. We'll go get more. I also wanted to grab another pair of gloves, actually, so it's fine. We're kind of going through the hood. The guy needs rest. Come on, man. Sorry about that. That was my phone. I don't know. I thought I had that turned off. As always, until I hear a ring. Oh, come on. I'm getting some weird jitters right now. All right, my guy needs to sit. Pretty bad. I shouldn't be wearing him down this much, but God, he's just got. I was really trying to avoid the damn infection. That's why I swear to God, I ran home already, grabbed alcohol wipes, did all that. I should have double checked before I left the house, but good Lord, could have sworn I just filled up on that stuff. All right, but I did also notice that he needs, after getting, imagine that, after getting a laceration on your hand, you might need a new pair of gloves. So, and it's 5 a.m. now, so we're fine. We'll be good. It always sucks getting injuries like this. Gosh, she's carrying this damn shotgun too. All right, well let's get him inside. Get some damn alcohol wipes on me again. It's possible I loaded up my fanny pack and then used them, but I didn't think I would have noticed that. Let's take them out of here. Like, let's grab all. Since we're going in here, let's just take all my medical supplies. Yeah. And I also found a tweezers that I didn't have in here before. So let's sort this out. We'll grab a pair of leather gloves. We'll get back on track here. Let's take a look at what we can do here. Painkillers. So yeah, I mean, look at all these alcohol wipes I've got. Could have sworn I already did some of this, but who knows? It could have been like some kind of inventory glitch because I remember I put them in there and I was like, oh, that's why. It's because they take up so much space in your inventory. That's why. Anyway, let's grab two of them. Let's do our disinfecting right here. I know I've got water out here, so let's first thing go here, remove bandage, disinfect, clean bandages, yada yada yada. Oh, it's not infected now? Okay. I will accept that. Let's clean it anyway. Let's bandage it with a sterilized bandage. Let's then wash all bandages. Okay. I did do some more exercises too off stream just to try to get him going there. Okay, so we're gonna carry a bunch of alcohol wipes on me now. Can't fit the bandage, but 5 is fine because he's got one on. He's in pain, minor pain, so he's fine. He's fine. I usually, if it just says minor pain, I usually give it some time and check back in. If it does increase to just regular pain or severe pain, then that's the time you might want to give him some relief. But let's do this. Let's take another bandage and let's make a sterilized bandage. I'm going to disinfect rag. Yeah. Good to have at least one of these on. Oh, and dang it. What I wanted to get to actually is we finally found a mortar and pestle, which means we can start doing some of the medicines, which would be really helpful right now, actually. There's medicines for pretty much just about every ailment in the game, I believe, that you can. Some of them you can grow in your backyard, and then often you need a mortar and pestle to make a poultice, but that's not always what's going on. Let's do this. Let's put a soap down here. We'll put a soap upstairs. I know some of this is a little anal retentive, but I do like to have, like, if I need to run in here, in some kind of an emergency, I'd like to have some soap in here, maybe. So the soap does help. You can see it does use the soap now. It actually works. So, oh, and let's put a tweezers in here. Perfect, perfect, perfect. We've still got a partially full rubbing alcohol. Let's let him rest. My guy is losing his mind. I did do some exercises, so he's getting close to he's getting close to level 7 fitness and level 7 strength, which is a really good spot to be in. At that point, you start to be, I don't want to say OP, but you start to be very effective in melee. Prior to that, it can be tough to get one hits. Okay, did we do everything? Oh, leather gloves. Other thing was leather gloves. Let's just go put on a pair. There and there. Yeah, 6 pairs in here. Let's just grab this one. Let's wear them. What does that say? Oh, turn into. I see. Okay. And these will have to be washed and then repaired. So I suppose you could repair them before washing them, but whatever. Not really my point. Okay, cool. So that's pretty much all I had to do, right? I've got food on me still. Let me think for a second here. Um, yeah, we should be pretty good. So let's just get back there. His wound is wasn't infected when I bandaged that. So let's just head back. Let's try not to wear him out completely here on the journey. I do have the shotgun on me. There was a bunch of them. I don't want to fire too close because the shotgun has a long sound radius, so I don't want to fire too close. Let's walk through here actually at this point to make sure that this is all clear back here, because I know eventually the zombies will come through this way and start following the cattle. I don't want them to get on my cattle. So I'm going to try to go clear out this big chunk. There was a good chunk of, um, gosh, I want to say it was at least 50 of them just in a big group here. So there's one right there. What I want to do is I don't want to lead them right towards these houses, pretty much, but these are still my fields out to here. So I kind of want to push them. Well, I kind of want to just kill them all, really. But I'm just trying to figure out which way I should pull them. I don't want to fire on this side because it's way too close to my animals. Is that just a regular backpack there? Yeah. So the vehicle's parked back over here. If anything, I should get up on the far side of them over by here and start firing. I should come from, yeah, I should go clear through. There's a bunch of them out there, so it's weird that I'm still kind of learning the settings and how the zombies move. It's kind of weird in these rural environments. I have them set to kind of migrate and then kind of collect up in groups a little bit, but not too big of groups. What seems to be happening is it's kind of sucking a lot of the zombies into these groups of like 25 to 30 typically. And so you'll see a lot of those hanging around. You'll see big groups, but then you'll walk around for like a few blocks and you're like, where are all the zombies? And then you find them and you're like, oh shit, there's like 30 of them right here. And sometimes they kind of surprise you. And it's kind of fun like that. I don't know. I only bumped it very slightly from default settings, but we'll see. We'll see how this keeps playing out. I will, if I do this same kind of run again, I will likely have um, some adjustments to the settings, but we're pretty close. This is going pretty well. Some of it might just be a couple little tweaks to the zombie settings and a couple tweaks to the loot settings. Also, a tweak. I think the fitness still needs to be bumped up a little bit. Because honestly, my guy's been alive. He's been running around fighting zombies, killing 1,500 zombies, doing all kinds of physical activity. He's been here for 6 weeks and has 1,500 kills. And you're telling me he hasn't leveled up his fitness at all? He's literally not even has not leveled up once yet. And I know it's from level. I'm trying to go from 6 to 7, but still, man, I've done so many exercises, and he's just not getting leveled up on fitness. Like like he's doing exercises, he's running around all over the place, sneaking, and it's like, dude, he should have leveled up like twice on fitness by now. Like in reality, come on, you're being too hard on us physically. If you work out for 6 weeks, man, yeah, you improve. Yes, it doesn't take 6 weeks and show zero signs of improvement. You know what I mean? So I kind of want to tweak that just for my own. Oh, hey Shane, I just noticed you in here. Hold on here. I'm trying to equip my shotgun here. So we're gonna go shotgun style. I'm gonna drag them out this way into these fields, and we're gonna see how this goes. There was a huge group. It looks like they dispersed a little bit, but they might. Let's just do a couple shots and try to see where they're at, because I didn't see a lot of them. Shouldn't he be reloading? There he goes. All right. So I got to remember I got to walk extra slow. Oh, he's already tired as shit. What am I doing? Damn it. That was a bad idea. Let's fire a shotgun when he's freaking exhausted. Hold on here. I gotta move this hatchet. I gotta take some weight off of him. All right, taking the weight off helps. I need to let him rest too now, though. Kind of surprised there's not more on me. They're coming, but I don't know how I got him so tired so quick. It's because he's carrying the shotgun, but whatever. He'll be all right. Make sure. All right, he's a little better now. I really kind of want him to rest a little more before I fire another shotgun shot. He's a little, but that'll go down as I reload, as I take this ammo out of my inventory. That'll go down pretty quick. Let's try to eat a little something, let him rest. Come on. He's over encumbered, so he's not. There he goes, there he goes. So let's do another one. All right. Okay. Now we're rolling, Shane. I think we got this. There should be some groups coming here. I don't like shooting the shotgun for individual zombies usually, but we'll get a group here. I just wanted them to rest. There should be a pretty good group still. I want to say, didn't I leave them right up here? I swear there was like 50 of them. There's a deer. I just killed that deer's husband, though, so I'm not going to touch that one. I actually still have the venison on me. So I'll leave that one alone. I want to get these zombies out of here. Let's fire a shot up here. I'm going to try to clear this area and bring them this way. There should be some coming here. Let's try to make sure. I don't want to get too close to my animals, but I also. Oh, here they come. Here they come. They must be over here. So let's reload. Let's get a couple good shots in right here to draw all. Looks like they're coming from this way. I want to make sure to draw this whole. Yeah, here they are. Here they are. What I want to do is draw this whole group out this way, away from the houses, away from my animals. Just trying to fire a few shots now to keep them coming. Let's try to get a couple into the group. All right. All right, now let's start leading them out into this field. I do have pipe bombs at home, but I think the shotgun will take care of a good portion of these. Oh, it's jamming on me, so let's get them over into this field. Yeah, this damn thing. I swear these shotguns in this game jam constantly, and I don't get it. I know it's worn out, but all right. I should have 8 shots in here now. Oh, come on. Is it still jammed? What? I just unjammed it. What are you doing to me? Did it jam when I racked it? Good lord. They gotta fix some of this jamming. It's just ridiculous. It's not realistic and it's not effective in game at all. Alright, so let's kind of don't mind them. Let's use this a little bit here. I want to make sure I'm getting all of these guys down here. So you guys are too close to me. All right. Now let's bring them all down this way. Trying to get just close enough to my cattle to bring the all the. Is it jammed again? See what I'm talking about? Unjam. Like what is going on here? Unjam. Stop jamming. What the hell is wrong with you? This is not realistic or anything, man. Racket. Insert. Come on, dude. Like the thing that sucks is I have no options for that on my controller, so I have to go over to my mouse while I'm like it used to be real smooth and I didn't get jams like that constantly. It's like every single volley, I'll shoot like 4 shots and oh it's jammed. Like what? And this is it even happens on I know this one's beat up, but it happens on like brand new shotguns and I'm like, why is this jamming every 4 shots? It makes zero sense in any universe. So I'd really love them to address just specifically jamming guns. Fix the guns. Make the guns work nice and smooth, and people will enjoy playing this game more. But that's an old story. The guns have never been really polished. There's always been glitches with them, and all right, it's working good now. No, I can re-rack it. It's jammed. It's not racking. It's jammed. There is no. You can see right here. There's no when it jams. There's no option to unjam. It's not the same as rack. You can rack it, but it doesn't work on controller. When you rack it, it doesn't unjam it. So anyway, it's all glitched out. If I go to the mouse and right click on unjam, it works fine. But anyway, it's partially a controller issue. I imagine it probably works fine if you're just doing keyboard and mouse or something. But anyway, we don't need to go into all those issues. Anyway, I think I'm probably out of ammo anyway. So I still have a box of 357 on me. Well, let's leave them there. Yeah, see, like even here, it doesn't give me. Well, I guess I can't rack it because, and also I've changed some of my settings, so like the controllers are customizable. So I actually changed my left bumper to sprint. So, but I have it all on keyboard and mouse. I'm just, it just doesn't work real smooth. And it's just why is it jamming in the first place? Is my point. Like I have the controls to fix it. It's just why is it jamming so often? It's not. It's not right. Okay. Well, that was actually a big part of the group. Let's go get the vehicle because I'm out of shotgun ammo anyway. So actually, we're pretty good. Little. Should I try to clean them up with melee? I do still have a box of ammo for the patrol revolver, so I could come back with that. Why don't we do that? I'll go get the patrol revolver because I don't think I quite cleaned them all up. I'll get the patrol revolver. I like the patrol revolver because that one doesn't jam on me. And see, that's why it's a game issue. It's like the patrol revolver, the L92. I don't think I've ever had either one of those jam. The shotguns, the M9s, the M16s, they all jam constantly, and I don't know if they're intentionally trying to do that at this point because it's like But when I shoot with the, you'll see when I shoot with the patrol revolver, I don't get any jamming issues. There's no problems there. It all works just fine. But and same with the L92 because there's no magazines. I don't know why it happens on the shotgun. I don't know. I don't know. I do occasionally get like spent rounds in the revolvers, but that's not as much of an issue. Um, anyway, I just like to complain sometimes. Just call me whiny. It's good. Okay, let's put the shotgun away. Let's wear. I had a bullets bandolier, didn't I? Yeah, let's wear this. And let's open this box. This is part of what's weighing me down. I forgot I had an extra box. So, this is what we got on us. Sorry, I'm getting all picky about the boxes here. Okay, I got the 357. Where's the patrol revolvers here? Let's wear the holster again. I forgot I had one more box of this, so let's go use this stuff over here too. Um, what do we got here? Let's load. So let's try the patrol revolver. At first it's just, I don't understand why it's happening on shotguns. It used to happen to me. It's always kind of happened a little bit like that. They've always been glitchy with the magazines, and that's why most people try to stick to shotguns and revolvers and guns that don't glitch out. But lately, it's been just happening. The jamming specifically has been just kind of constant on like shotguns. And okay, so let's go back over here. Let's drive. Let's drive because I don't want to walk back over here. Let's take this van and at a minimum, because we're going to have to get the van down here anyway. So let's do this. There is a field down here. I kind of wanted to double check. I don't recall seeing cattle down there, but I thought I had heard. I thought I'd heard some cattle somewhere around somewhere. I don't really recall where it was, but at a minimum, we're gonna have to get this van down here. Anyway, we pretty much looted all this. There were some zombies still out here. Some deer there. There's zombies there. Let's pull down a little ways to the houses, and then let's try to finish some of these guys off with the patrol reel. So let's see how this works now. It's all loaded up. We're ready to go. Let's shoot some of these fuckers. Let's shoot the faster ones coming at me first. I want to make sure I'm still pulling them from my field as much as possible and pulling them this way. So let's get them down this way. There's probably going to be quite a few out here. And some of this is my own fault. I tend to do this. I'll just kind of shoot as many as I can or kill as many as I can and leave them in a field somewhere. I like to kill the faster ones first. So you'll see this one doesn't tend to jam. I know on some of these you'll get like spent rounds sometimes, but in general, And this is how shotguns used to work, is you could count on, like, hey, I've got 6 shots. I'm going to fire 6 shots, and I'm going to be able to fire 6 shots. And it's not going to jam. It's not gonna have some weird magazine glitch. It's just going to work and fire and be reliable. Now, sometimes you don't load it fully, but in general, this patrol revolver is real reliable for me. So you can just get 6 shots, load 6 shots. There you go. That's how it should be with shotguns. It's not. It seems like it's jamming like every single volley, and then I have to reload and unjam, and then I reload and rack. And like I said, I've already gone into my own controller settings and changed some of the buttons for some of that. My left bumper is actually sprint now. I don't need to rack on my controller. I know racking will clear the jam, but I can also rack with two other ways. So. Anyway, okay. So let's just. I'm out of shotgun or out of patrol revolver ammo now. So let's grab some water. Here, let's. Now that they're running that way, let's try to lose them and go back this way. What is this? Are these leaves? I've never noticed that before. Are those all leaves on the ground? Hmm. It's August 19th. It could be like the start of fall. Okay. Anyway, we're gonna run through here. That went pretty good. So he's under his carry weight now. I could just put all this stuff away too if I want to here. Should be pretty good now. I'm gonna. Well, hold on. Is this my field? Where am I? Oh, yeah, that's the back of my field right there, isn't it? No, 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 no. This is the other field. Hold on. Where am I? Because there could even be animals. I don't hear any. And it's weird. I never see animals right in here, even though this is like, I think I've maybe seen like sheep back here before, even though it's definitely set up for animals over here. Um, hmm. I know what I kind of want to do is just take a little bit of food out of one of these. Look at this, 24, 15, 15. Let's just put this hay over here. That way there would be a little bit of water out here in theory. In case I want water out here at some point. Let's take these animal feed bags and just put them over here. Perfect. So those should fill with water now in theory. You know what? Water's kind of a good thing to have out on these places. not only can I come up and use it for washing and even drinking in an emergency. Let me open all these. Oops. I mean, I could, in theory. Hold on here. Come on, dude. Some of this is still. It won't give me the. Huh. Let me try this. It should be. It's right here. That's why. Dang it! Sorry, guys. Just trying to open all these doors here. I was trying to open the wrong part of the door. All right. Let's just take all these hay. That way, this will also. This is a huge container. To just put 20 hay in there is like it's preventing it from filling with water. So we'll move it over here. It can. That thing could be full of water. And in an emergency, or even if I just want to throw some animals back here someday, it's a good place to have water. So let's go back to the vehicle and keep working our way down the road. I think we got a good portion of them. Where did I park though? Pretty sure I parked this way, right? A lot of these guys should be cleared out of here at this point. I'm sure there's still a decent group up here. See, didn't I start the day right at 1,500 kills? I'm curious. No way. No. That can't be right. Have I gotten 129 kills just today? That doesn't seem right. I'm not going to kill these deer. I already killed their father. Let's check some bodies real quick just for some good stuff if we got it. Not really. All right, fair enough. Probably be some more bodies up here. There's one, two, three. Let's just clean these guys up because they're gonna chase animals and shit. And this is sort of technically like the back side of my property in a way, or whatever. It's just like a hayfield, but it's clearly like associated with my cattle ranch because it's like, or maybe it's not this one specifically, but this area is definitely like basically my backyard. You could determine if we had the county assessor come out, we could have him determine that my property line goes clear out to here. But whatever. It doesn't really matter so much on single player. The whole thing is kind of mine. So that's pretty cleared. There's probably still quite a few out there somewhere, but I'm not too worried if they're way out there. They'll come back eventually, and I can jump out there and clear them up, but I also wanted to kind of get to some stuff at the house and also bounce over here. I want to just see real quick if there's any. Let's do this right now. Because I haven't really jumped over here in a while, and I wanted to see. I don't know if there's any animals in there. There's another field right down here that sometimes has cattle, and I just wanted to double check since I am starting on that now. If there's another cow down here, I want to grab it for sure. If it's a bull, we'll see about it. Probably. I'll probably grab it in that case too. There's a couple zombies there. Let's park right up here. I'm gonna try to kill him back here. should use the hatchet. Let's use the hatchet for this. There's only three. These guys should be easy. He's so slow. It's really, I would highly recommend getting some of these skills above level 0 and 1 because, like, they're pretty ineffective and slow. And that's part of why I got injured before. Because I wasn't quite used to the speed of this hatchet. It's real slow right now. But this, I beat I beat the clothes right off that zombie. Ross Pointer, you are naked. What happened? I suppose I could set. I mean, the thing is, that's not really going to help me. I could set a button for racking on my controller, but I don't know that I want to do that. It shouldn't be jamming that often. I mean, it's not so terrible to have to use my mouse while I'm shooting. It's just sometimes I try to avoid taking my hand off the controller to go over to the mouse, vice versa. This guy's got some kind of knife on him. Just a large knife. This gal. This gal's got a knife in her back. Okay, let's just double check. I've never heard. I don't think I haven't heard any animals back here. Yeah. All right. Well, man, it is proving to be difficult to find cattle on this playthrough. That's okay because I am a rancher man and I will find them. I know many other spots where most of them are small farms like this. We could go to the other crazy animal farm that I know of. I think there's sometimes cattle there, but if there was only two at Brott Cattle Farm, then I don't know if there's going to be any at the other animal farm. It's actually kind of on the way to Brott Cattle Farm. It's there's like three big. They're like commercial farms. There's a pig farm, a cattle farm, and then there's another one that's sort of like I think it's like an animal rescue kind of concept because they usually have everything. So we could go there. In fact, that's an idea I didn't have. You guys want to go to the other animal farm? Maybe not right now, but later on in this playthrough, because I'm not finding cattle is the thing. So, but if we go to that other animal farm, let me show you the one I'm talking about on the map real quick. I was gonna look at the map earlier too, because there was. Hold on, where are we? I marked something here. Oh, these houses up here have good loot in them, but that's on the other side of town. So the animal farm I'm thinking of. So where's Brott? So we went down to Brott Cattle Farm, which is right here. I kind of like this map on this play style with the streaming and everything because it shows exactly where I've gone, and that's it. Well, it shows these I have maps for. So I did go to Rosewood, um, but I also found the map for it. So now the whole thing is just highlighted. Oh, but you can still see where I've been. Oh, do you see that? See, I haven't been to March Ridge. I just noticed this. You can still see where I've been and where I haven't been. So I went mostly all around Rosewood. That's where I started. I kind of like this map setup for this. This is groovy. Came out to Echo Creek. I did hit the gun shops up here. The gun shop. Oh, and I even went to. I forgot. I actually went into Coalfield, and that's all right. So we've been to Coalfield. This is cool because it shows us where, shows me where I've been, shows you guys where I've been. So now we've been all over Echo Creek. A lot of these open spaces are just open fields at this point. But Brott Cattle Farm is here, and then somewhere out in here is another animal farm, and we could run over there and just check it out. Problem is that place is even more crazy. And to be honest, I haven't done a lot on that property. Let me. We're at the end of the residential area here, so let me double check these houses and just kind of swing back through. I can't remember for sure. In fact, I don't think we ever really checked these houses, did we, for loot? I like to check the mailboxes too. Sometimes you actually find some good maps or all kinds of things in mailboxes. Maps, magazines, things like that. Okay, so that's locked. Yeah, I don't know if we've ever even been in some of these houses. Good to check them for books, magazines, pretty much anything. Is that a good comic book? I don't like comic books aren't the kind of thing I'm trying to collect all of them, but sometimes if I see one that's cool or like a first edition, I'll grab it. Yeah, not really anything I need there. I mean, he's just wearing, what kind of underwear should Barry use? I realized recently that that's kind of important because I will, at times, wash my clothes. I almost feel like I put this here. Did I? Did I put that antique table leg there? I may have. Okay, so no basement there. Can't get into the cars. I don't see the keys here. There are a couple decent cars here. Oh, there's a shed. I don't think I've been in here. Ooh, blue generator. Let's grab this one. Didn't I already grab a yellow one too? But that's fine. I do like to have. I think this will give me. I want to say this will give me the full selection of generators. There's another TV. Anything? Iron pipes I can use. You know, I don't have a lot of welding rods. So let's grab that instead. I have a bunch of iron pipe. I hear a zombie. I have a bunch of iron pipe. Oh, there's a. Oh, all right. All right. Let me do this with a hatchet. I'm trying to get my hatchet skills up, my axe skills. This hatchet seems to be a real good way to do it. As long as there's not more than about 3 or 4, it's a good weapon. You start getting more than that on you, and not going to be such a good weapon. This is a good spot to kill him in, though. The cattle are still pretty far away from here, or not. Well, actually, mine are. I think there's another field here, but so it's just a random key. Actually, is that the key for the shed? Probably. Uh, okay. It's funny how often you'll be like, you'll like break into a room or break down a door, break a window, and then oh, here's the key. Awesome. These, I'll just keep these open. I'm not too worried about a bunch of zombies getting into this building right here, so I'll just keep these doors and windows open. Um, I'm gonna wait. Where did I park exactly? Can I get? I think this will be fine. I don't like carrying the generator too far, but there shouldn't really be. Here, let's put some stuff down. I'm out of ammo, so let's put the patrol revolver down. We'll keep the holster equipped for now. But let's move. Yeah, because that's empty, right? Yeah. Let's move the bandolier. just to the trunk. Okay. Still rocking the hatchet as my main weapon. Welding rods can go in here. All right, we're doing good. I love this point too in these runs where like for about I'd say for about the first month or two, you're really still just collecting stuff that you need. Typically, it takes a good, depending on what you're doing, if unless you're doing a really specialized run, it's probably going to take you like a month or two just to get all the stuff you need. I just found a mortar and pestle like 2 days ago, and I have yet to use it. I have yet to bring it home. Um, so it's a crazy game in that it tries to kill you in like on the first day, but you really need to survive like a month or two to even really make much progress before you even have the things you need to do the crafting. You know what I mean? So I recommend not being too hard on yourself with this game. Not listening to anyone who's like, hey, you need to play it this way. You need to set a bunch of hardcore settings. I mean, I like to keep it true. It is meant to be an apocalypse game that eventually kills you someday, but it's also designed to do some deep crafting, agriculture. You know, that's the way they're. So it's meant to be like, yes, there's a chance of success, and success basically means being able to do a long-term run of like a year or two, ideally, you know, at least having the ability to get there. And I think you can clearly see that it's possible, and you could set the settings that way, and you don't have to go too easy on yourself. Now, we'll see. We'll see. I do happen, so it's on a server, and I could. Oh, he's getting pain now from the exercise I did last night, so that's part of what's going on with him right now. Anyway, we'll see how this run goes. Hold on. I thought I had more painkillers. Oh, I thought I had more painkillers than this on me. But I think I dropped some. Oh, I should check his wound again. I think his wound is fine. I think he's gonna heal up just fine. It wasn't infected the last time I bandaged it, so he should be fine. It'll probably be healed. Knock on wood, it should be healed the next time I check. Okay, let's. So, what is the plan here, dudes and dudettes? I think the plan is I got it. So I've got every color generator now, which is, I kind of like doing that. That yellow one I'm going to drop at the gas station up north. The blue one, I don't always keep one of those on hand, but I do like to have the different styles. They're kind of nice in different situations, actually. The blue ones I like to keep in a vehicle. They're actually a little lighter. So sometimes what I do with those blue generators, I know some people say they don't. I think the when it comes to doing repairs, the blue ones aren't great because I think they have. Here's a key ring. Oh, I don't think I have. Do I? What is this? Key ring bottle opener? Oh, I do. Key to a residence. Let's just grab. Well, here, let's just do this then. Let's just grab this key ring for a moment and bring it over here. It's probably just for this house. And here's a key for this car right here. And this is actually a great throwaway vehicle. Hate to. Uh, oh, here's a map of Muldra. Beautiful map of Muldra. I like to just move these things out so it doesn't prevent me from sitting in the seats. M9 pistol. Do I need it? No. I know I don't need the magazine, and I don't really need the pistol. It's fine. I try to limit my storage. We'll keep that there. There's one bullet in there. Maybe that one bullet in that M9, that could save my life someday, guys. That could literally save my life. But yeah, let me know, guys. You know what? Let me look at the time here. It's It's early in the morning where I am. I think I have the key for this house. Beautiful. It should say locked door now if I, yeah. So I have the key. I think it's on this key ring. So I'm gonna actually leave that. Oh, there's a zombie nearby. I bet you there's a basement here, so it could be one in the basement. He started getting panicked there. That's one thing. Let me give you a little tip about my setup. I'm trying to listen. He got panicked, but check me out. A little tip about my setup and something that's a little bit that I've found to be an advantage on if you set up your character and you want to try this. So he's got fear of blood, panic when or wait, no, it's not fear of blood. Hold on, didn't I have one? Or maybe I don't have that anymore. I thought I had a trait. He gets stressed when bloody. Never mind. I don't know what I was actually thinking of there. I think ooh, here we go. Comic book. Doctor Werewolf Full Moon. Come on. Um, sometimes I don't know what I'm talking about. I think I had a coherent thought there, and then I don't know what I'm thinking of there. I think there was an old thing that used to happen that doesn't maybe happen anymore. But I did get panicked there, so there's a zombie nearby. Wasn't that? Ooh, hairspray is good for aerosol bombs, which are extra OP. So let's grab that. Ooh, and another metal baseball bat. So I can now make, here we go, guys. Now we're rolling. Actually, that's huge right there. I can now make, and we'll do this when I go home. So I can now make one wood baseball bat with nails, and I can make two metal baseball bats uh, with bolts, which are both very good weapons. Very good melee weapons. So I'm probably going to switch to that soon. I wanted to use these a little bit. Didn't have a curtain. I did want to use these weapons a little bit to start leveling up my skills there. Yeah, see, there's a zombie here somewhere. There's a zombie here somewhere. Let's put away this metal baseball bat. Let's read the map of Muldra so we get that on the map. Okay. Should have been good enough for that. We want to leave this key for the station wagon in it. Let's do that before I walk off of it because I thought I had done this already. I did put the key ring in the house, right? No. Wait, is that a... What's a key ring right there? Was there two key rings down here? There must have been. Let's just put the key ring over here. This is a frequently checked spot. Shelves. We'll just put that key ring right there. Okay, and then this car is... Let's check it out. Does it run? If it has a... I mean, it has gas in it. I may even want to tow that back home just as a beater car that I can use to run over zombies if I need to. Let's I have the pickaxe too, so let's, or should I disassemble? Let's try to disassemble this door. I think there's a zombie down there, but he's not aggroed yet on the door. It's, you can see there, it's starting to just get a little bit dark. Let's disassemble this door. And I don't think the zombie's going to be aggroed on me immediately, but I think there's one down here. And this will also possibly give me another doorknob and hinge. I still have quite a few of those, but I'm starting to use a lot of them now. Um, some of my build is finished, like the butter barn, but I definitely still have a lot more gates I want to do. And when you have animals and you start to get multiple bulls and cows and chickens, sometimes you want a lot of gates to kind of separate the animals. Let's get out of there. All right, canteen goes there. Let's use the hatchet as the weapon. Steel rods in there. I'm way under my carry weight. Wow, that's quite lovely. I'm even carrying. How am I so far under carry weight? It's kind of what starts to happen once you drink a lot of your water when you roll like this. One thing that's good. Sometimes you'll load up on water and ammo, and then you go out and you drink your water, you use your ammo, and you're lighter on your feet. So it's a good way to roll. I kind of like the high thirst trait for that too. You know, there used to be a trait. Which one am I thinking of? It's not fear of blood. It's what's the trait? That's what I was trying to think of earlier. There's a trait that gives you. I already ate some. There's a trait that gives you panic, and I can't remember. It's not. I'm not thinking of like claustrophobia. I thought it was fear of blood. Is it reluctant fighter? No. Hold on. That's just decreased combat gains, right? Or does reluctant fighter give you the panic a little bit too? Well, I don't know. I think maybe it used to, or I don't know. I'm getting a little confused now. I, I don't have Alzheimer's disease, but I might have a mild case of old timers disease. So here's another full door and a plank. So let's just grab those two. I think we're starting to fill up the van. So let me think about this. Let's look at this station wagon. This is actually kind of a good beater van or beater station wagon. As long as it has decent power and it's not totally beat to shit already, it's not bad. That actually would be a pretty good car to beat the shit out of. So tell you what, here's what we're gonna do. It's so close to home. I kind of like having one of these just for that specific purpose. Man, this has been a good looting run, just like a block from my house. We found two generators. We found a mortar and pestle. This is going to be a good beater vehicle. Let's do it this way. Let's pull this out. This is the kind of vehicle I kind of leave there. Let's see. I want to tow it the other direction. And we'll see how this Deliro's Plonky's van tows. So we'll do. Well, I'm always testing. I always want to test some of this stuff, especially on new updates. Let's see how this Plonky's van tows. I believe it has 370 horsepower. So, in theory, this Plonky's van should pull this thing pretty well without taking the tires off. Yeah, 370 horsepower. It's in. Yeah, so this should be fine. It should tow it. If as long as we're not going 12 miles, this should tow just fine. It's not going to be real fast, but we're going to do it. We're going to do it. Let's shut it down. Oh, did I ever put the shotgun back? No, I didn't. I probably put it back here, actually. It should go up here. Let's look at how worn out it is, too. I used all the ammo, so that should be... Oof. Yeah, it's in pretty rough shape. All right. Let's go. Let's hook it up. 370 horsepower, so it should pull it. Did we ever get into the basement? I don't think I ever actually went in the basement here today. Oh, let's put the key in here. We'll go check the basement. We'll use this as a good. I was kind of, and I actually kind of like those station wagons almost better than the sedans for that because A, typically I'm less inclined to want to drive the station wagon. And B, it's actually, I think, more effective to a degree at running over zombies. Yeah, be real careful on those corners. That's the same kind of place I got bit before, or not bit, but shovel spade welding torch. It's a full welding torch. So at this point, I'll take that, and that's pretty much it. If it's not super OP at this point, I'm trying to leave some stuff behind. So I think that's good there. Let's bring this back home. See how we're doing. Let's see what's in here. Just water. Was there a bunch of junk in here? Kind of. What would I want to keep? Really just the M9. Maybe the tissue. The tissues can be actually kind of helpful. The rest of that is kind of like meh. So let's just drop all that in the ground, and we're gonna tow this home and keep it. There was a bottle of water. Actually, let's put that bottle of water in the glove box because that's a better place for it. All right, and then welding torch in here. I should have probably grabbed. Didn't I see it? And well, whatever. I should have probably grabbed that welder mask I saw, but I've got two of them, so I'm not gonna go back and try to find that one I saw. Here, let's eat a little more venison. Try to keep our carry weight down and our physical weight up. And then yeah, let's go home, check our bandage again, check out our shit. Maybe I don't really want to unload this right away, but I might do these bats now since I can do it. And that should give me some experience in even like carpentry, stuff like that. Maybe, I think maybe maintenance. I don't know. We'll see. But this should do it decent. Uh-oh. No? No, not at all. This tow's like shit, dude. 370 horsepower. Is it maybe? No, that's just not. That is hardly doing anything there. Even when I. Let's try it this way. Let's get a good run at it. Ready? Go. It just bogs down right away in first gear. So, that's not towing well at all. Let's rethink this. That's not even going to work for like 2 blocks. Take me an hour just to get 2 blocks doing that. I could take the tires off, but it's like, dude, taking the tires off is going to take, you know what? I mean, we're so close. I could just drive it home. I was debating though. What was the horsepower on this one? Let me. Should I just try a little experiment? Let's see if the station wagon will pull. Because actually, these box fans, sometimes it's just totally illogical too, and it's 330. So let's try it the other way. Let's just whatever. Who cares what we know about reality? What we know about Zomboid? What we know about Build 42? Who cares what anybody knows right now? We're just doing a test, right? All right. We are just going to do a test. I have a feeling this station wagon is going to tow it. That's my hypothesis here. This is a scientific study. My hypothesis is that this 336 horsepower station wagon will tow this van better than that van was just towing the station wagon. Let's get a good run. And now don't ask me to fully explain this, but there you go. That's Zomboid towing for you. It works actually just fine doing it this way. See, now I can get at least, 15 miles an hour. Before it was barely budging. So, I think it might have to do with the weight of the vehicles, the vehicle weight. But it's funny because this van has more horsepower than the station wagon. So I believe it's a combination of vehicle weight and horsepower that determines how well you're going to tow with your setup, and also friction on the tires and the amount of air that's in the tires. It's possible there's no air in these tires, but I'd be surprised if that's what was happening there. It could have been. It's possible I just would have put some air in these tires and it would have been fine, but I don't know. I didn't really want to mess around with that there, so we're just doing this. We're getting all our generators and our stuff home at 15 miles an hour. But my turn is right here. My house is literally right there, so I guess you could say that was about a 3 block drive, you know. But I am still not seeing cattle. Ooh, there's some zeds close to my property. That's fine. We'll leave them out there for now. They'll kind of start to get, if they get closer than like here, they'll start, or really like even here, they'll probably start to hear my cattle. So it is what it is. We'll deal with them when the time comes. What ends up happening sometimes is you'll get cattle or you'll get zombies out in your fields, and then you just got to go clear your fields. But that's kind of sort of standard practice anyway. If you're going out there to check on your cattle and do milking, then you're probably out there clearing anyway. So it's kind of a good system like that in that if you can keep on top of them and there's not too many constantly chasing your animals, as long as they have a couple of areas to go to that are fairly clear, you should be fine, and they're not going to be all freaked out. And then you just go back there every few days and clear the zombies, and they should be nice and chill out here. If it gets too crazy, and I have had that definitely happen, you can sort of. So let's unhook them now. You can sort of move them to a different field and clear the zombies. Maybe you might have to even bring some guns out there sometimes. Um, just to kind of clear the field and maybe move them to a different pen for a little bit. So this is the one that sort of, if any of them, let's put it over here. This one sort of is like the ugly duckling of them all, the one I do not want to keep. Really just here so I can use it to run zombies over if I need to. I don't generally keep a car specifically for those purposes, but I saw a few of these around here and was like, you know what, I need to grab one of them that I can keep near my house, fairly close to my house. I guess I can kind of park this. I, I have a bunch of unloading to do from this van, but I don't always like to do all of that on stream. Let's at a minimum. So I do want to use that red one here. I've got a yellow, a red. Let's grab the blue. So there's only 4 types of generators in the game. There's, oops, I messed that up already. There's the premium yellow one. Some people call that the orange one, and it's a little more. If you were going to call one of them orange and one of them yellow, you'd call this one here the orange one. And let's just set them all down so we can have a nice. I kind of like this being a. I like this to be what I envisioned with this stream. Just to say it, is I envisioned this particular one being very open to both new players and veteran players. That's kind of how I see it. Let's just put this old yellow one back here. And this would be a good thing just for sort of demonstration purposes. In case it's just something I want to talk about sometime, or maybe someone has a question about generators or whatever. I know at this point, most people who are watching YouTube videos have probably played this game and they're not really new to it. But to be honest, new players are constantly coming to this game. It's still popular. I think it'll be popular for another decade. They're going to release Build 42 Build 42 stable multiplayer probably by like Christmas time. I would be willing to bet. So this should be, yeah, generator old. Sorry. So this should continue to be a very popular game so see here, I was going to just show you. See how this one is maybe more orange. This is maybe more yellow, whatever. This is the premium. The easiest way to describe them is this is the premium generator. This is just the red one. I guess I don't get a lot of information. This is just the blue one. These two are the best. This one's lighter, so this one has an advantage in that it's lighter than the other ones, quite a bit lighter. Um, this one really has no advantage, but it's a good one to use. Like if you're going to bring it somewhere else, like if you're on a multiplayer server and you think someone might steal your generator, try to make it this one right here, the old yellow one. You can see here it says, well, it doesn't say it here. Here it's just going to say gas powered generator for all of them. But this is kind of widely considered the worst of them all. It's less efficient. It takes more repairs, breaks down faster, has doesn't really have any advantages except that you can use it as I don't want to call it a throwaway generator, but anyway, we'll roll like that for now because what I have now is one of each. I do have a generator at this gas station, and at some point I might use this one at this other gas station up the road, up north there. So, idea being now, I want to make sure my personal inventory is empty for the most part. Still trying to use short blade, axe, and steel rod for a little bit here. But, oh, here's the other thing. Here's the other thing that, well, first of all, is that mortar and pestle still in here? I think I brought that inside. No, it's in here. Let's make sure to get this mortar and pestle inside. Let's also grab the wooden baseball bat and this metal baseball bat. And let's see, I have two nuts and bolts. I forget everything I need here, so let's do this. I'm going to put the mortar and pestle away. I finally found one. This is a huge score, and I do want to check in the garden a little bit because what I can do now with that mortar and pestle is I can use some of this stuff I'm growing in the garden and I can grind it up and make medicine out of it. Now I had one, I think it was the carrots that died. Oh shoot, I lost one sweet potato, one carrot, two carrots. Did we lose anything else here? So I lost a sweet potato and two carrot plots. Dead watermelon, dead watermelon. So I lost two watermelon, dead sunflower. I'm losing the sunflowers. So I did lose some things, but you can see it, quite a few of them are still in seedling stage. So we'll keep going with this is kind of how I roll with it at this point. If they die, well, something's probably not right. So let's pull up these plots and plant something else that is still maybe going, or maybe something that's a little later in the season than what I planted. So anyway, we can play with that. But first, what I want to do, it's crazy that I can hear them right here. First, what I want to do, this is actually a real big moment. So I do want, I think it's 5 nails. Oh, perfect. There's 7 right there. Um, and then I want 4 of those. And let's look at it real quick. Where are we at here? I wanted to do, let's try this. Make bolt metal bat. And the other one is actually nail spiked weapon. Make sure we've got these favorited. Even the short ones are nice. You can make like short bats and make them into a nail spiked weapon, and those are really good too. But for now, let's make sure our melee weapons are tight. After this, our melee weapons are tight. Right here. Let me just, if you've never done, and we can even check me out. Let's just open the window for this so we have some light too. And then open curtains. You can open the curtains from the inside. Wait, did I put the sheet on the outside? I did. Huh. I didn't even really, I guess I should have known. Can you put a sheet on the inside and the outside? And would you ever want to do that? You don't really need to do that. Let's keep them open. Typically, those should go on the inside. I don't know why I had those on the outside. Let's rest them here. We've got some good light. We've got, oh, let's grab the other metal baseball bat too, which should be in here. So check this out, guys. If you've never done this, I highly recommend this. These two weapons right here are fantastic. Fantastic for a long blunt character. Can you sit correctly, sir? We're trying to do some mild. All right, whatever. So let's go to craft and let's go to favorites now. Hold on, can I? Is that? Yeah, here we go. So under my favorites now, I've got a lot of this is weapon stuff for me at this point. You can see I can do a bunch of bombs. Oh, you know what else they should have in here is probably Molotovs. I don't know how they compare to fire bombs, but hold on. Oh no, they just that is a firebomb, right? Or isn't there a specific? I thought there was a specific Molotov cocktail. Isn't it MOLO? Mol. I thought you could make specifically, or is that just what they call firebombs? Damn it, where'd the firebomb go? Why is there so many things with fire in the name? Uh, now I'm not even seeing where are the firebombs. Hold on here. Am I losing my sight? Losing my mind? Make firebombs right there. I've already got it favorited. I don't know. I guess this is basically a Molotov cocktail. I could have sworn there was one that was specifically called Molotov cocktail, though. But whatever. What we can do now is make a nail spiked weapon. Let's double check. Can I make the? Oh, you know what else I needed was a hand drill. So let's just go grab that now. Um, I mean, that's kind of the weapons shed. This is sort of more the crafting area. I know I had a hand drill over here, right? Do I have two of them? Oh, I have three. So check me out. These, yeah, these don't even have condition. Let's bring a hand drill. See, for crafting melee weapons, I've already got two hand drills there, so let's just do this over here. Because this is where I keep my melee weapons, so let's keep a hand drill in here. And maybe even a toolbox? Is this an extra toolbox by chance? It's fine, it's fine. We'll just put a hand drill in the... I still need to go get a bunch of containers that I like to use for weapon stuff, so let's do this. Let's make this one. Well, whatever. Highly immersive animations here. It's all good. So we'll just make these up and put them away, and then we'll have them. And I'm gonna use up these other weapons I have, which are short blunt, short blade, and axe. I want to use up those weapons because they're already a little beat up, and or at least whatever. Yeah, they're already a little beat up. And Okay, there we go. So I got a baseball bat with nails. Can't get this guy to sit correctly. Let's try to sit him here. He doesn't want to. Make bolt metal bat. Let's do that one. Yeah, and he doesn't pound. He just kind of that's a little more immersive right there. Trying for full immersion here, guys. Full immersion. So yeah, now these weapons are fantastic. My maintenance is high, so these should last a long time. Especially if I repair them regularly, these are going to last a really long time. They're especially these metal baseball bats have really good durability. The wood ones, not so much. You tend to have to repair them a lot, but you can repair these metal ones with I think it's epoxy and fiberglass tape. So you can make these last a real long time. Um, this is an epic moment in Barry's survival efforts. I didn't really have real great melee weapons until now. Until, and I mean, I am a month and 11 days into this run. Oh, I need to check my bandage too. He is injured currently, but I think he's fine. I think once I take that bandage off, he's going to be totally healed. It's been, I think, maybe a day or two. It's been at least a couple days since he was injured. So it does take a minute to make these, but it's way, way worth it. It's two nuts and bolts, a metal baseball bat, and that's it. And then you just sit here for like 2 minutes and he makes it. So we will have three very good long blunt weapons, and I'm almost up to like level 7. So what I was thinking was, um, can I, is it gonna let me make another one? Why does it let me make one? Two nuts and bolts, hand drill, metal baseball. Oh, here we go. I was clicking on the wrong one. Um, but yeah, so we're in real good shape. We do have enough guns and ammo to get by for quite a while, but one of my next stops is going to be Guns Unlimited. That'll be a big day. That's probably going to be like a full stream. That'll probably take at least, who knows. Typically, when I go to Guns Unlimited for the first time, especially if I'm by myself, it's going to take probably at least 3 to 4 hours just to get in there, kill all the zombies, you know, get into the store and loot it. You're probably talking about a good 3 or 4 hours of playtime, depending on how many zombies there are. But I still have enough ammo to get in there for sure. So that's the next. It's kind of how I roll with it. It's like you hit some of the smaller ones maybe, if, or just get some guns and ammo. Hit a smaller gun shop. Get in there, get your ammo. As long as you have a few decent weapons, you don't need a ton of guns, especially early game. I do like to eventually expand my guns so I have more selection, but early game, if you can just get some shotguns, some M9, some patrol revolver. Typically, I don't do rifles a lot early game because they're heavier. Um, but especially if you can get like sawed-off shotguns, pistols early game, those go great. You can use those to get into the gun shops and then get the better guns, and it's sort of a progression. I try to treat it that way very much because naturally it would be that way in real life, like, and it kind of should be in that way in game a little bit too, in my opinion. You should save some of the bigger stuff for later. You're going to be stronger later for going to like, well, for Guns Unlimited, for like, I don't, if I'm on a multiplayer server, I'll do this differently. Sometimes, well, let's put the hand drill. Wait, I put that in the wrong place. Let's put the hand drill on the table. Yeah, let's put it on the table over here. So there you go. I still got quite a bit of room in there. I've got really good weapons in here now. Actually, fantastic. I kind of like this. You know what? Let's do this right now. I kind of like these sawed-offs. This is a nice like emergency shotgun that I sometimes keep like in the house. Because to me, I've got a ton of guns out here now. I wouldn't mind having one in the house. Let's put this hand drill over here next to, well, yeah, just right back. Well, let's put it right here. And then, shit, what was I just thinking? I need like probably at least 2 boxes of ammo. Yeah, let's just do it this way. Kind of a shotgun and 2 boxes of ammo. That'll get you through in a pinch. It's kind of the minimum. Sometimes I'll throw like a shells bandolier in there or this is the perfect spot for it actually. Sometimes I'll toss in a shells bandolier or 3 boxes of ammo or whatever. But in general, to get you through in a pinch, we could keep it in the kitchen. But I kind of like it right here because this room doesn't really get used for much. Otherwise, let's put it right here on the table. And we'll have 2 boxes of ammo and a sawed-off shotgun right there. So in an emergency, try to remember that. I mean, the only other better place might be in the kitchen or the butter barn or something, but I kind of like that. We'll keep a shotgun in the library. So cool. I think we're in pretty good shape. Um, Thank you all for being here and thank you for your support. I do appreciate it. What is my next mission? Is the question. What is the next mission? Let's go look through the van again just to remind me of where I'm at. I'm trying to get the most important things out of here at least. So we got the mortar and pestle, we got the generators. Most of the rest of this, let's grab the bullets bandolier. Oh shoot, this is all the food, isn't it? So let's make sure we get all the food and, well, wasn't it all food and kitchen stuff? So let's do this. Any food and kitchen items. We can bring inside. We'll deal with the books and things like that later. But for now, at a minimum, let's at least get this. Yeah, let's just get this food inside and the duffel bag empty. I'm not sure what I want to do yet. I'll probably just toss this. I'll toss this duffel bag out here for now. What I'm really looking for, and we can probably find some of this at either Guns Unlimited or probably, I could go to Doe Valley first. Oh yeah, kitchen stuff. We'll see. We'll see what I end up doing. Let's put this duffel bag just on the floor for now. And I'll deal with some of that organizing later. But for now, so all that can go in there. Cereal chips. This one. I'll probably organize some of this later, but for now, I just at least wanted to get this in here. Frying pan. Yeah, frying pan. Oh, so I have 2 frying pans now. Those are a good emergency weapon too, though. Let's also throw the cutting board in there. Or you know what? Let's actually do the cutting board over here. I actually haven't done a lot of cooking, so I don't even know what's important here. Give me a shout out if you've done a lot of cooking in the game. It's one thing I'd like to get to a little bit more, but I don't honestly know. Like, do I need? Let's put these over here. I know like the rolling pin can be used for baking, and I imagine a whisk can too. Fruit jam could go in the fridge. I guess that's an unopened jar of marinara, so whatever. Whatever. Let's put the fruit jam in the fridge because that's where I would put that. I know you're not supposed to put Well, I thought I had wine in there. I know you're not supposed to put wine in a freezer, but it actually doesn't have any electricity, so and generally doesn't, except for a short time. Shoot, did I put all that stuff in the right container here? I think I did. Oh, and then one other easy thing I could do is this right here. Uh, where's the duffel bag? So that one should get like salt should go up there. Seasoning salt should go up there. Probably sugar cubes and white sugar and yeast. And then, yeah, you know what? Wine is fine in the, and then also garlic, powdered garlic should go up there. So there's a bunch of good, see, God, I've never really, some of this stuff I've never gotten set up this far. And it's nice on this server. So typically, so if I was doing this run in multiplayer, one sort of fundamental thing about multiplayer is that so much more time would have passed by now. So look at this. This is what I'm trying to say. Let me be clear. So my guy right now is a month and 11 days old, partly because he hasn't died yet since I started. So he's been alive since day one, hasn't died, but it's only August 19th. Now, if all that was true on on pretty much any multiplayer server, this would probably be more like October or November. Like no shit at all there because in general, unless you're able to play 24 hours a day, and this is essentially just Im- humanly impossible. It's just not even possible. So if you're a biological, not even a human, if you're alive, you can't play 24 hours a day every day. You just can't do it. The server is going to be running 24 hours a day if you're on a public multiplayer server. Now, if you're on your own server, you can change that so it doesn't progress time when no one's online. And that's how I have this one set. So if I'm not playing, this clock doesn't move. It just pauses right where I log off. If you're on a public multiplayer server, you're totally at their whim. In general, the busy ones are going to have people on probably 24 hours a day. If you're on a really busy, popular server, you're talking about 24-hour a day server. So this would be more like November on a server like that. And do you see what I'm saying? Like you essentially lose 3 months of time right there. Now, it does make time advance more quickly, so you can do the gardening, the cattle stuff. It makes your time go more quickly, but you're also not able to check in with them as frequently because if you don't play for 2 days, and that's the thing is you kind of have to play daily or every few days at least just to make sure your shit's running okay. With this, I could log off for 3 weeks and come back, and he's still right there. He's still right there. So anyway, just a little tip there if you're not real familiar with the differences between single and multiplayer and all that. You know what? Can we get this emptied? Let's get it emptied. I was hesitant at first to empty this whole thing, but I think we can get there. Where's the canned stuff go? Canned stuff is over there. I might reorganize some of this stuff later, but that's canned goods. I've got actually so much food in here now. It's starting to get to the point where I need to organize it. Marinara should probably go with the macaroni, right? Rice, yeah, we'll put the rice down here. Marshmallows I could technically eat, but that's kind of more of a cooking thing. I wouldn't, well, I could probably eat those to get my weight up. Oh, and then a pair of scissors. Let's put those in here. Perfect. I think all I had in here was safety scissors. So now I don't think these scissors typically, yeah, they don't usually fit in there. Well, it's almost full is part of the reason, but how maybe they would fit in there. I don't know. Anyway, we'll put it in there. Anything else I can take out of here? I've got an empty bleach bottle. I mean, what else am I going to do with that except? Hmm, I mean, I know I could get rid of some of this shit, but it just makes it feel a little more real. Toilet paper. And maybe, I don't know, is there, you got to be able to use, we'll see right there. Equipped to mute sneezes and coughs. So maybe someday I'll be in here and I'll want to mute my sneezes and coughs. The empty bleach bottle, I could fill it with water, but it's like, whatever. I'm just trying to reduce my, kind of help make sense of my storage a little bit. But let's stay focused. Let's grab this. I should probably eat these soon, shouldn't I? Because I don't think I have too many of the empty jars or jar lids yet. Two empty jars, two jar lids. So if I eat all of this, I would have half a dozen, and I think, should we just do that? Because these will go bad eventually. So they've been in here a while. I had found these quite a while ago. So let me eat these up, and we'll have half a dozen of the empty jars and jar lids, and we can even do some jarring. And yeah, and let's fill up my water. And then I think what I'm going to do is take a little break, a little 5 minute break, and I'll be right back. And then we will roll this. I'll probably have him sleep for a minute, and we'll roll this right into something else. I may continue to unload that vehicle a little bit, but I kind of wanted to either do some building. We could go somewhere. Let me know if you're here, if you have an opinion, you want to share, let me know what you'd like to see. We could go someplace, but we did just get back from a looting run, and I've got some planks I wanted to use. I already made the weapons I wanted to make. So I wouldn't mind going somewhere, maybe even just to, I think what did I do there? I thought I was filling water, but apparently he was washing something. I don't know. Apparently I told him to wash something. Well, what do we have here? Oh, I should check his wound. I'm going to place a bet that I think he's fully healed. Let's see. Yes, he is fully healed. Very nice. Very nice. He seems to heal pretty well from his injuries so far. So hopefully that continues. I think I just ran this entire house fully out of water, except maybe this upstairs bathroom. Let's check this. I would love to be able to, well, let's just wash containers and drink, and he should be fine then, right? Yeah. Let's just have him drink a little bit. And then, you know what? I think let's have him do a little bit of exercise. Does he still, oops. Not sure if he still has muscle strain from the last ones. He does not. So let's do a little bit of exercise real quick. I usually just drop all these to the floor. Let's at least do one round of some exercise here. And then we'll put him to sleep. Squats, push-ups, sit-ups. Let's do squats at a minimum. Depending on how close he is here, gosh, he's getting close, guys, but not as close as I'd like. He's at what? 54,000. I really want him to hit level 7 fitness before he hits level 7 strength. I really want to hit that milestone for him. So we could do, because it's really only affecting your torso when you do squats. I don't think the impact is as high. I think doing sit-ups gives you fitness faster, but trying to kind of keep it balanced here with his regularity. I've this whole run, I've been trying to do squats, push-ups, and sit-ups pretty much, every few days at least. I try to do a few rounds of these, and I feel like they still progress so slow. It might be, you know what it is? Probably it's partly because of the settings that the default settings here are more set up for multiplayer. So I think I just need to bump up the fitness a little bit more. The strength is okay because strength does take a long time and really you should be doing, like, it should take like weightlifting to build your strength, really. There was one kind of learning curve moment for me in the game where, like, I was like, oh, I assume I'm going to have to do a bunch of weightlifting to build my strength. Well, not really. If you just fight with melee weapons, you build strength pretty quickly at a fairly normal pace, I would say, in general. With fitness, it's not that way. It doesn't build as quickly. And I know that's to some degree that's an intentional design on their part, but I disagree with it. And I'd love to hear what their rationale is there because it seems to me that fitness should always be much easier to improve than strength, especially when the majority of what he's doing is walking and running around and carrying things. Like, sure, that would improve your strength as well, but wouldn't it kind of improve your fitness more quickly, in my opinion? To me, if you're going jogging or something like that regularly, if you're walking regularly, you stay in pretty decent fitness. Um, I have a lot of experience with that because I used to do landscaping a long time ago, and I always said that, like, hey, if it's a lot of walking, I'll do it, like, because in general that's just good for you. Now, if it's a lot of other stuff that can be hard on your body, but all right. Well, did we need this bandolier still? Actually, I don't think we really need the bandolier right now because didn't we? So let's unequip that. That's right. It kind of depends on what we're doing next. But I think we're just going to kind of, at least for a little bit, we're going to do a few things around the farm here. I did maybe want to get out into the garden, and usually, often, once I see some things have died, I want to go out there and take them out, take those plots out and replace it with something else or whatever. Maybe address the issue. Let's leave him with the pen light on. I think he's going to be fine. I've been up here a while, and unless he coughs, it shouldn't really attract any zombies. So he should be relatively safe up here. Let's eat another piece of venison. You've got, let's put another canteen in his inventory because he should be pretty good once we straighten some of this out. Oh, this bandage is still good and it's still sterilized. Very nice. Is that going to fit in here? Beautiful. Okay, let's just grab him one more canteen of water so he doesn't happen to go thirsty while I'm gone. And yeah, that's all looking really good. That is all looking really good. I'm going to take a quick break. I will be back in 5 to 10 minutes at most. Usually it's much closer to 5 minutes. So I will see you shortly. Thank you for being here. If you are, feel free to drop a comment in the chat box about what you'd like to see on Barry's run. And I will attempt to accommodate. I will take your opinion into account.
Hmm. Hmm.
Okay. Did I ever click? Yeah, here it is. All right. Okay, I am back. Sorry about the little break. Sorry I'm such a cranky old asshole sometimes, but I am. You know what? Shane's been in here before. I'm gonna write Shane's name down, even though I think I probably pissed him off. He's been he's been a relatively frequent flyer. So I don't know for sure what we're doing next. I think let's um let's just have him sleep a little bit because time is actually on a single player time tends to go back pretty slowly. I think he's pretty good though in like all things. That was a really loud noise. Let's go check the van because I really don't think there was that much left in there. I hate to do all my organizing and sorting and all that on stream, but let's at least let's bring a few more things in the house. I know I had like didn't I have a comic book and a map and a sewing pattern? Let's bring all and a VHS. Let's bring all the house stuff inside. Reading glasses to replace the ones I lost. All of this stuff will stay outside. Okay, and battery. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Let's bring all that, and then the rest of that will stay outside. So I'll probably do that later, but I do want to see about what we're doing here. Here I've got buckles. Didn't I grab leather strips? So let's check in. I've got 19 denim strips, 11 leather strips, so that's pretty good. I did have a pair of gloves, but those are going to need to be washed. Usually I'll just wash them and then repair them. So let's just do that. Let's put all these magazines and whatnot out here. I think they're all going to go in this one. So you got comic book, Dr. Wolf, Full Moon, number one, Steelman versus the Night Porter, number one. Wow. Wow, guys. We are in an epic state now. I wonder. No, I didn't put reading glasses over here, did I? Oh, sorry about that background noise there. They're doing some work on the street, pretty much right outside my house, so you might be getting a little background noise right now. I'm not sure. It seems like most of that doesn't typically come through too much for you guys, so. Okay, and then we'll put the magical woodland in here with the VHSs. We'll put an extra pair of prescription glasses up here. Pretty sure I still, let's double check. Pretty sure I still have, yeah, prescription glasses there. Let's put an extra pair up here. This is usually where I put the stuff that I'd want to have if I did die and had to respawn. Like sometimes I'll just put like fanny packs and satchels up here so I can, in theory, I could die and come back here and I don't know that I'm gonna want to do that. If I do die, we'll just see. We'll see. Oh, this was Rosewood Fire Station. So let's do this. I mean, yeah, if we're gonna go back to Rosewood, I'm gonna try to remember this key ring, but also not too big a deal. I just want to have it in here. There we go. Okay, so those are all just basic things I might want to have. The whistle doesn't really. Could I put the whistle somewhere else? You know what? The whistle might make sense out in the weapons shed because I'm not gonna really want to whistle if I'm standing in my own house ever. To be honest with you, I don't really like the whistle. I wanted to keep one just for whatever, but I was going to put the bandolier away anyway. So let's put the bandolier right in here. Let's also put the whistle. Let's just put it in here for now because it's sort of whatever. It's like this would be for like emergency purposes. I'll get more storage in here later and we'll make better sense out of all that. But I mean, that is one thing we could do. I do have a few. What was the biggest thing I needed to do with wood? Wasn't there one other thing out here? Let's look around here. Well, I can finish the planks and the windows, but I do need more storage. I was going to maybe build a chair. I could do a door on here. All kinds of things, really. Door on here would be one of the top priorities. Fencing back here would be one of the top priorities. I know I have a doorknob and a hinge right here, and I think I've actually got two doorknobs. Let's go this way for now. Let's take a doorknob, two hinges. Let's take this plank. What is it? Is it four planks to build a door? Wooden door, craftsman is four planks, four nails. So if I grab one log, saw it, and then I think let's just grab the box of nails now. We'll sort some of that other stuff later, but for now, I think we want to open this box of nails. And all I really need, I'm going to do one door now. So all I really need is the four nails for the moment. So let's do that. Okay, we're going to put a door on I guess the main back door now. Saw this log, and we'll put up a door. Wait, didn't I just grab a freaking log? There it is. All right, we're just gonna saw this log, put up a door. Let me know if you want to see anything around the farm. It's a little foggy now, but trying to finish some of these projects that I started. Often I'll start with building the wall frames and the floors, and then it takes me a long time to get to the other stuff because I like to do it. I like to do the nice craftsman ones. They're typically sturdier. So we'll have an extra plank here too. Shit, I didn't grab an extra nail. Of course, it's fine. Let's do the door. We'll go grab at least one more nail and use that plank. Okay, it should have a frame up already. So, yeah. We'll do a door right here. Hey, Jerome lad. Farm's looking neat and tidy, dude. Dude, we're killing it. We even cleaned up the neighborhood a little bit. I just got back from cleaning up this area down here. I went all through here and killed a bunch of zombies, did some looting. I found two generators like just a couple blocks from my house. But yeah, thanks, man. Good to see you. How you been, man? Awesome times. We're actually, I'm really hitting a groove here with it, and I'm having a good time now. When you can, man, this game is really fun when you can get into the crafting stuff. But to be honest, I just want to have this is one of my favorite games of all time. But one critique I'd like to give them, I think they should go a little bit easier on us and let us do some of the crafting that they're instituting now. And some of the ways they design like the base default settings, it's like, and I know they're changing a lot of that all the time. I think they're getting there and they're getting to a really nice balance with all this stuff. I do think I'd like to see them do more work on just basic balance of. I already did the door, right? Yeah. Basic balance of like crafting and keeping the options open for us to like kind of create our own world. I think they're doing a great job, and they're going to get there. By the time they have Build 42 stable, it's going to be such a good game. It's already such a good game, but in my opinion. So Jerome says, I'm about to start up PZ for the first time in 3 weeks. Are you kidding me? Dude, this game is awesome. What are you playing on? Are you on 42.19? Or did you update to the brand new update, or where are you at? It's in my top 10 for sure of all time. I'm gonna say it's definitely in my top three. It's probably it could be my favorite game. I don't always like to pick favorite games, but it could easily be called my favorite game of all time, I think. With if you look at my Steam, I'm pretty sure I actually just recently this game became my most played game on Steam ever. Not necessarily my most played game. I've probably played Fallout 4 more than this still, but a lot of my well, I don't know, whatever. I don't know if a lot of my playtime was well, yeah, because I used to play Fallout 4 on Xbox. A lot is what I typically did, just not even on Steam or anything. So I am running out of room, unfortunately. Drum says, just because I invested a lot of time on that run. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, and that's kind of how this game is. It's like, man, you invest a lot of time in this shit, so you kind of need to design it the way you want it to be, in my opinion, sometimes. If you're going to be playing it a lot, you should really kind of sit down and figure out what do you want to do. Multiplayer? Do you want to do single player? You should look at the sandbox settings real good. Um, yeah, such a good game, though. Let's just put the twine and the timer back, and then we'll bring the battery and thread over there. Jerome says, sorry for the curse. Oh, he says, fuck yeah, dude. I was playing. I don't think the cursing matters too much. I think it's fine. I think if it gets too far beyond that, YouTube will eventually, whatever, step in. But pretty sure the F words are fine occasionally. Oh, you were playing Fallout with the show. You know, it's funny. I haven't even seen the show yet. I've been meaning to check it out, but I kind of wanted to wait, to be honest, because when the show came out, I was playing Fallout for a lot. And they were like they started talking about the show, and I was like, oh, well, that sounds cool. It made me excited because it was like, oh, a lot of people are going to be interested in the game, and it's going to keep it popular and all that. And it's good to keep just players playing the games you like, because there's nothing worse than finding a game you love and then you like get online and you're like, oh, well, nobody plays this game. Like, I wanted to play this game multiplayer with other people, and you get online and there's like, oh, nobody's really playing this game anymore. I have definitely been there. Um, but so I found a really good balance with this game. I didn't like, I played Fallout 76 for a little while, and to be honest, wasn't a huge fan of Fallout 76. It's okay. It's cool that it's the Fallout universe, but to me, it never really grabbed me. It's a little, sometimes Fallout gets a little bit too cartoony for me and too, I don't know, I guess a little too far down the sci-fi. Um, Whatever, the sci-fi rabbit hole. Did I not just eat those? What did I do there? I should have an empty jar and a jar lid somewhere. Oh, I don't know. All right, well, whatever. I don't know what happened there. I thought I just ate some stale food, and I should have the jar here somewhere, but I'm not seeing it now. Anyway, that might have been a little glitch there. I'm not sure what happened there. Either way, let's move on. Damn it. Oh no, I didn't eat it. He didn't eat it for some reason, but now it's fresh? I'm so confused. Whatever. Let's open jar. I could have sworn I saw stale. What did I just eat? Oh, that was the stale venison I just ate, wasn't it? Never mind. I'm tripping out here. I am tripping out. Jerome says it's quirky and funny, and I love it. I really want to see the show now. Enough people have said good things about the show. I was just worried that the show was going to be shitty, and to be honest, I was like, man, it's probably going to be like a B level, like not really that popular, not really that good. And sometimes I don't like. Sometimes I prefer things if they're good but not popular. You know what I mean? As opposed to being popular but not that good. I lean more that way. Like I'd rather see a good art movie that's really well done than just the most popular, whatever, uh, Hollywood Hollywood blueprint movie they want to toss at us. Um, Jerome says the cryptids are cool, but I'm not American. Didn't know what half them are. A lot of them are based on real Appalachian folk tales. Oh yeah. You're talking about yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't really know much about that stuff either, to be honest. I know a little bit about cryptids and what you mean by that, but show is genuinely really good. I want to say something, but it's a spoiler. Yeah, no spoilers, because this is the chat will be on YouTube too, so um, it's fine. We'll figure out all that stuff. Because yeah, I haven't. I mean, whatever. It's not like I'm dying to see the show either, to be honest with you. I will probably watch it. Is season? Here's my only question, I guess. Is season two finished? I want to say season two has all been aired at this point, right? Or are they still in the middle of season two? I don't even know. I kind of lost track of where all that was at. Let's just try to get some food out of my inventory.
Hmm.
Well, now don't say any more. Don't say any more because you're bordering on giving away major spoilers right there. So yeah, it's fine. I think most of the people have either seen the show at this point or whatever. I'm not that um, just chomping at the bit to see it that it matters that much to me. But yeah, it sounds like a good show. I never really got that much into 76, to be honest with you. Um, at that point, I played 76 for a little while, and then I bounced back over here. I hadn't played this since like build 39, so basically I just bounced back over to Zomboid, started playing this again. I said, you know what, let me check in with Zomboid and see how it is. Oh, he's already full. So what are we doing here? I can build some more. And anything you wanted to see, Jerome? I have some other plans up here, but I didn't want to start on this part yet. I could finish this fence, but I at least got the. Oh, you know what? It's the garden. That's what I was gonna do. That's what I was gonna do. I was gonna do the garden. Um, so we're gonna use garden fork is actually a really good weapon. I forgot I had that in here. Let's try the bloody garden hoe. Let's grab some seeds. And what are we gonna plant? It's late August at this point. Let's grab garlic. Let's grab what was it that was surviving? Carrots died. Cabbage is usually fairly hardy. We could maybe try that. A lot of this stuff died. Let's grab. I think the sunflowers are too late to plant, so let's do something else. I want to say the watermelon died. There wasn't that much that died out there, really. Man, let's try some of these weird ones that I don't. You know what? I could grow flax. Let's look through these real quick. Turnip. Turnip does well this time of year. Wheat might be a good one to start planting. So I have wild garlic and garlic seeds. Let's check in here. So Jerome Ladd says, watch the show with the mindset that you're watching New Vegas as a TV show and not hyper realistic. That wouldn't happen if that makes sense. Yeah, that's kind of what I envisioned. I mean, I've seen enough of the like trailers, and I have watched a few like little clips or whatever just to be like, oh, what are they doing over there? Um, I want to see you reclaim a stock car from Irvington. Like, oh, did you see me do? Oh, wow, you okay. Well, tell you what, guy, we can put that on the list. Tell you what, I want to do Guns Unlimited first, but look at what I have here for that. I actually have 12 pipe bombs already made. I got 3, 6, 9, 12 pipe bombs already made. I do want to try to make a couple aerosol bombs because I think those would be perfect at Irvington Speedway. Basically, roll in there with like half dozen bombs. Even a half dozen bombs should be enough. Some good guns, some good melee weapons. I'll roll in there. We'll take the place and grab a NASCAR. That is definitely one of the things on my list. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, he says that was the first thing he saw me doing on stream, and it was actually one of the very first streams I did, which is crazy. That was one of my first streams. One of the very first things I did because I was like, you know what, I want to do something cool that people are gonna like, not just. I don't want to just be Barry chilling on the farm on my very first, all my very first streams. So yeah, we'll do some of that later. I want to say I need to hit a gun store first. I mean, I don't desperately need to, but I want to get the right guns and ammo. I may even want to pull out an M16 for something like that, but at a minimum, I'd want good shotguns and plenty of shotgun ammo and bombs and all that stuff. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see. It should be soon. Not now, but soon. So you can see it's specific things that died. So the watermelon died. The whatever that was died. The carrots and one sweet potato died. And then the sunflower. Oh, the sunflowers and marigolds died. That makes sense. What I used to do is wheat on this back part. Now I'm remembering. I did this a little bit differently. Yeah, I'll get out. That's usually in my plans eventually is to run down and at least grab one of the NASCARs. I don't really need to collect them all, but that's a little crazy, but we'll get down there and so let's look at this. So the cabbages are doing good. Lettuce is still alive, but lettuce is a little more sensitive. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a furrow here. Yeah, I typically like to get to the point where I have pipe bombs. I think when you saw me on that run, I had been pretty far in, like a month or so. It usually takes a good month or so before you can start making pipe bombs and you have all the materials and all that. Kind of depends. It really depends on when you find the magazine. Let's do cabbage. Cabbage is still doing okay. It's August 20th. So we're going to plant 2 cabbages here. And then we're going to plant. See if we can do sweet potatoes. Well, but they died. So let's just do a turnip here. I think turnips are a little bit better late in the season like this. So let's try a turnip here. Partly because I don't have sweet potatoes on. Jerome Ladd says, never used a pipe bomb or a Molotov. And you were employing the dark arts reversing. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I probably did a shitload of that. We'll do some more of that. I actually just brought, so you want to see, I'll show you the vehicle in a second. I don't know if you saw that black station wagon. I brought that home, and that may very well be the vehicle we end up using over at Irvington Speedway. I might just bring that down there, run a bunch of zombies over with it, toss down some pipe bombs, shoot them with shotguns, that kind of thing. That'll be a crazy. That's going to be like a whole stream. That see some of those events, it's like, man, this is going to minimum take 4 or 5 hours at least, if not to really do Irvington fully. It probably takes more like 8 to 10 hours to really get in there and clear it, get to the car, get it out of there safely without damaging it real bad. It's kind of a long process. So tell you what, let's do the wild garlic here. Yeah, I did a shitload of driving over zombies, and we'll do more of that. But I always start with pipe bombs as early as I can because that's kind of my ultimate. Dude, especially on this run, you just wait. These bombs are going to be fun. So the aerosol bombs is what I'm most excited about because I've never really used those a lot. Typically on multiplayer servers, they shut down fire. In one way or another, they don't really let you either it's just fire spread that's off, or they'll completely turn fire off altogether. Oh, we still have one marigold that's alive. So what do we have here? The lemongrass is doing really well. What we have here is flax. We have what now? Lavender, flax, and then these are all open. And then that's a marigold. So hold on. Marigold, flax, lavender, flax. So we'll do a flax here. Did I not grab? I thought I had some flax seeds. Yeah, I think my short list would include Guns Unlimited or Doe Valley, one of the two. Probably just Guns Unlimited because that's Echo Creek, and I'm trying to keep it where we kind of clear this area first. And Guns Unlimited is pretty epic. It's more of a. So I wanted flax seeds. And what else? Maybe chamomile. What was the other one? Wheat, probably. Let's go back and plant. So yeah, Irvington Speedway, Guns Unlimited, along with what kind of as I do Irvington Speedway, I'll kind of because I've already started going to Irvington. I went down to Brott Cattle Farm. So what I'll probably do, it'll probably be something like this: Guns Unlimited. Shortly after that, we'll do Irvington Speedway, and then after that, I'll try to hit some more things in Irvington, like the VHS store, the metal shop, the um, what else is there? The gun shop there. We'll try to break into the gun shop. I do like to have those things kind of opened up sometimes and cleared out. That way, I can just go there later, as opposed to like, okay, so we've got. Hold on here. What do we have here? So that's lavender. That's flax. That's flax. So we could either do lavender or maybe like chamomile or I don't have lavender on me. Let's do where was the chamomile planted? I think that's down here, isn't it? There's chamomile there. So let's do a chamomile here. Those are good to help you calm down. And then let's do a rosemary here. Trying to get in the last of the herbs. After this, I'll probably do more like wheat and winter stuff out here. But that should be fully planted now, right? Yeah, I'm trying to think what else. So we've got Guns Unlimited, Irvington Speedway, and Irvington. Those are kind of the first ones. After that, I guess it would be, well, there's this lake. Actually, guys, if you don't know this lake, it's like right here. I want to clear that soon too. That'll be like my fishing lake. So that's kind of important. I already started carving a path through the forest to get out there. So All right, I think we're good there. Let's put away the hoe and the seeds. But yeah, so that's kind of my short list. The lake, Irvington Speedway, Guns Unlimited. We've already hit a lot of the other stuff in the early game. So we're kind of starting to proceed into the mid game now a little bit. I would say I will say, I'm trying to remember now. Oh, yeah, that was definitely a different character. It was still Barry, but that was on, in fact, was that on a those were on multiplayer servers when I was doing that. I'm pretty sure those were all on multiplayer servers where I was just like, meh, just like public servers. I was like, man, whatever. I got a good character. I'm gonna do this here and just go get a NASCAR because I knew there was one there. That was a server that was not very frequently played on by other players. Um, yeah. Oh, good. I did. Oh no, I had a club hammer, but whatever. I might have just put that in there. Okay, let's continue to clear out this fresh food. I'm sure there's eggs back there again. Let's go check the chickens. Let's check my chickums. Oh, we gotta water first. Gosh, we haven't had much rain lately, have we? This still has 7.2 in it, apparently. So let's go through and water everything we just planted. It's nice to be able to do this in the rain, but sometimes that just doesn't work out. This one's fine. Let's make sure the ones that are in seedling stage do well here. All right, let's grab. Well, let's empty this thing fully. Oh, this is coming out of my canteen. That's why. You gotta be careful there. It'll start taking water out of your canteens eventually. Watering can tainted right here. See how much more water we've got here. Yeah, we need some rain, man. I need rain. Sometimes I complain about the rain when I'm trying to do other things, but let's make sure these get watered too. Yeah, this water's not going to go real far. I could take water out of. I could probably grab water out of here. Maybe I should do that after. Let's try this. Let's give these some water. This one's parched. Yeah, I just planted that one. Let's go fill this one up. You should be able to run over to these. This is a huge container. Yeah, it's got tons of water in it. It's like 100 liters, basically. So let's fill the. This is one thing I love to have these big water troughs around. If you're not getting rain, sometimes you got to steal some water from the chickens. So we'll do that, and then I'm going to check after I finish the garden here. I'm going to check on the chickens and probably just clean their pen out. Could probably use it. Seems like about once a week or so. I should clean it out. They could probably go 2 weeks, but at that point it would be really dirty and uh, and probably starting to cause problems. So you can see these things are growing. They're growing, guys. You just gotta. It's better. Well, I've had this work really well on multiplayer. Um, it's just a little more. This goes slower, but it's probably still more difficult to manage on multiplayer. Here, let me find one that I just planted. Did I just plant some of these? Parched. Let's go hit this. Let's go hit this lemongrass that's parched. There we go. I don't know that this ever got watered. And I think that was actually planted a long time ago. Chamomile's fine, but that chamomile's fine. So let's go through now. As long as they stay well watered, they should be okay for now. Look through like this. That one's parched. And of course, that's now all the water I have on me, I think. So let's go fill this up one more time, and we should be good on water. Just haven't been getting much rain lately, which is not surprising since it's August 20th. Um, it would probably tend to be the drier part of the Kentucky climate. So we'll get this water. This is part of running a farm like here. This is why I love these, but it's all right here. This is what I love about it. If I can get these to harvest, it's so much food right here. I literally like don't need to worry about food. And on a playthrough like this where loot does not respawn, the food is all rotten. So really the only types of food I can get at like, the gas stations anymore are the non-perishables, which are generally not as they'll put on fat. They'll help you put on fat, but they're often not as good. Let's just do this for now. Okay, as long as they're well watered, they'll be fine. Here, let's water this one. That one's well watered. Let's just make sure they're all well watered. Or has enough water.
Hmm.
This one's just fine. It's just fine. Look at them all, though, guys. They're coming up. They are coming up. Let's try this again. Oh, that should be good now. Cabbages. We got young cabbages. Oh, that's a good sign. So it goes, yeah, it goes seedling and then young, right? So we've got young sweet potatoes there. We've got young cabbages here. Beautiful. They should be all well watered, I believe. Well watered or has enough. Let's make sure to water this. I'd like these to come up. Sometimes you'll just like water them and be out here for a little while and you'll see them come up. I could put, what else I could do? Tell you what, let's do this. Let's put fertilizer down. I don't know. Well, now here's the question. I don't know where I stopped putting fertilizer before. It's almost a good idea just to like keep notes on some of this shit. I don't really do it at that level, but let's it wouldn't be a bad idea to be like fertilized these plants somewhere. All right, let's try to get some compost. I think, hold on. Here's where it is. Get compost. We're not making a lot of compost yet, but it's coming. Oh, Jerome Ladd said, "Sorry, dude, I got." Oh, yeah, no, you're all good, man. You're all good. I'm still just here doing my thing. Let's put some. You know what I want to do? I want to get some of these to harvest. So here's how I'm going to do this. Anything that's in young stage, I'm going to add compost and try to get them a little boom here. So we're going to add compost to the young cabbages. Anything that says young, which is, oh, was that all the compost I had? Really? That wasn't much compost at all. It's fine. I think that was whatever. It's fine. Is this just an empty sack now? Yeah, sack. All right. Well, I didn't get much compost out of there. What do I have in here? It is. It is breaking some stuff down, though. I need to get more stuff in there. Maybe like grass cuttings. Let me do this. Because I don't really like the grass around this gate. So let's do this. We're going to kind of get our compost together real quick. Because I can actually build another compost bin too. Let's go around and just remove some grass by hand. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Let's remove grass by hand. And the grass kind of makes it harder to see the eggs, to see the chicks and the chickens and all that. Oops, damn it. This damn door keeps opening. All right, so I try to keep the grass a little bit away from these spots. Just a good thing to do too. You can get grass cuttings pretty easily, and it's good food. It can be compost, lots of stuff. Let's keep that one there. It's kind of cute. So that's a few grass cuttings. Let's go put them in here. They should have tons of food still. No worries about food right now back there. Come on, dude. Compost bin. Grass cuttings, 20. So that should get the compost going a little better. We'll continue to throw our rotten food in there. And let's check the chickens. Well, let's just go grab a towel. I'm going to clean it. I'm going to clean it regardless because I know, I want to say last time I checked it, it was like 11% dirtiness, which is an interesting thing to quantify like that. But it was basically like just slightly dirty. So now I'm betting, usually once I get up, if it gets up above 20%, it should definitely be cleaned, I'd say. If you're in the teens, yeah, you should probably just clean it. If it's 10% or below, it doesn't need to be cleaned, really. You could probably give it another week and it'll be fine. It depends on how many animals and what your settings are doing. But, oh, whoa, 46%. That's bad. I need to clean this bad. So you see why you want to keep up on it. Because I was expecting this to be like 24, 25% dirtiness. And see how it was red? Once it goes red, that means it's actually affecting them. And it needs to be cleaned. So as long as you're in the green, it's fine. So let's grab some eggs and kind of check our animals here. Let's build out. You know what? I want to build out this backyard, guys. I know Jerome Lad wants to see Overington Speedway, but to be honest, we're a little ways. I wouldn't mind getting there. Ah, shoot. It's already August 20th, man. I wouldn't mind getting there before the 30th, but I don't know if we're going to make it. Let's see. God, our chickens are crushing it, guys. So let's just real quick. That's clean. I grabbed some eggs. We're done there. See, it's really pretty quick. You just, oh, god darn it. I need to put this bucket down. But it's really pretty quick to do. You just run back there with a bath towel. One little tip, if you leave this bath towel out in the rain, it becomes wet and then it's apparently unusable and undryable. I don't know what's going on there. It's kind of a glitch, I think. But so what I do with these bath towels is I bring them inside and I put them in storage. And in fact, you know what I'm going to do right now? These bath towels should actually be out here in this storage, not in this bathroom is meant to be more for tailoring. Yeah, I'm really just kind of having this thought at the moment. This bathroom's more for tailoring and um, washing clothes, that kind of stuff. So anything, oh, that's perfect actually. I like to keep those to the point where you don't have to So let's put these. I just recommend keeping these bath towels in a storage container or something indoors where they're not going to get wet. Because once those get wet, they're actually, you can see, did I still have one? I was unable to dry or wash this. Where was it? Was it in here? Oh no, I might have. Did I throw it away? I may have even thrown it away because I couldn't get it to work. No, I don't even know where I put it now. There's a wet bath towel around here somewhere. Maybe you guys even saw it. Um, yeah, you've been terrible looking after chickens. Dude, I have been too in the past, but check this out, man. Like, I've never had this good of a run with chickens. These are literally all the same 12 chickens that were here when I got here. You can see I have 12 of them. All the same ones. I don't name the chickens, but I do name the cattle. But they've been great. They haven't gotten sick. Let's double check because I can actually get my animal care up really, really well out here. So let's do a little bit of this too. Let's pet them and watch my animal care. So I'm level 3 now. Let's just pet a bunch of these guys. They should be in pretty good. Let's check this. This is my only male adult. Actually, you know what? Let me check in on this. So they're all calm, well fed, not thirsty, healthy. They're all good. They're all good. You really don't want it to be dirty like that too long. It literally takes like 2 minutes to clean it though. All you need is a water bucket or even, well, yeah, you need like a bucket in your hand with water in it and then a bath towel. And it's so quick to clean. Um, you do have to keep up on it. I don't have any painkillers on me. So I need painkillers. I need to cook those eggs. Oh, I was going to check this. Oh, I can't see him there, but I can see him here. I wanted to check the chicks. So I've got a Rhode Island red chick. Let's hold on here. Here's how you do this. I got to click or let's do this. Why is that not working? There we go. There we go. So I'm going to check on these chicks. Is it just, how many did I have? There it is. There it is. So, chick, Rhode Island, this is a male. So I need to keep these two separated. This is a juvenile male. So eventually I'm going to need to separate the juvenile male and the rooster. Dude, I have a juvenile male though. That's perfect. I didn't even know that. So, idea being, now I don't know at what point I need to kill one of them. He's a juvenile. They're not fighting, but I need to finish this fence so I can split them up. So, that's what we're going to do. We're going to do a little bit of that. The problem is I don't have enough wood to finish that fence. But let's see how much wood I had in here. I do have 3 logs. Well, you know. So I have 10 planks here. Let's build a little bit more fencing out there because I do want to progress towards that first. That would come first priority before this stuff. So let's grab like 20, let's grab 2 dozen nails. Yeah, we're doing real good. Still a lot of projects I started and haven't finished yet, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Let's saw these logs. Let's go to crafting and saw them. Then I can just do all 3 back to back and sit back and smoke a little weed. One of the things I love about this game and love about streaming this game is, that you get little moments like this where it's like, okay, I mean, it's kind of annoying sometimes when it's like, I got to sit here for 2 minutes and saw logs, but honestly, hey, it gives me a chance to take a little rip Drink a little water. Also, drink a little water. Chat, you got to remind me to drink water. That's part of your job. anytime you're like, damn it, I can't listen to this dude's raspy ass voice anymore. Just tell me to drink water and I'll work on it. How about that? I am working on it. I do put honey in my coffee, believe it or not. Anyone else out there put honey in their coffee? Give me a shout out. It's actually really good. If you put like a good amount of honey and a good amount of cream in there, oh, so delicious. Like real good cream too. Real half and half, I should say. So let's continue this fence because I do want to, especially now that I know I have two male chickens, and I also want to get. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I also definitely want to get another. I want fence. I definitely want to get another male, another bull at some point. So let's just keep building this fence. It's good to build this stuff when you've got the skills too. I'll just say that. Like, depending on your settings and whether you're on multiplayer or whatever, um, it I could. I'll just say this guy could die and I could lose all my skills. You know what I mean? Because this is technically a multiplayer server, um, and it follows those settings. Well, whatever. Those settings when it comes to I do have the ability to respawn. I don't know for sure that that's what I'm going to do if he dies, but we'll just see. So I need more wood. You know, I vaguely remember seeing more planks. Let me let me look at something here. Jerome Led says, "Yeah, that would bug me. Which part would bug you? Sorry, sometimes I talk so fast. I'm like, shit. What did I just say? I kind of forgot what I was even talking about there. I bounce around so quick from one thing to the next. I'm like, let me cook these eggs and maybe try to remember what the hell I was just talking about. Let's light a fire with money. We're gonna light a fire with money. Uh, hold on here. Why is this not? Oh, do I not? Oh, here it is. Do I not have a matchbook on me? Or hold on here. I have a matchbook. Light fire. What am I looking for here? Oh, money plus matchbook. Sorry, I'm screwing up here. Oh, losing a character. Yeah, have you not played multiplayer on? I suppose if you're just coming back to it, right? Did you say you're just coming back to the game after? Were you have you played Build 42? Because there's a lot of big differences between like Build 41 and Build 42, and then really, oh gosh, they've made a lot of changes to both like single player and multiplayer in Build 42. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I kind of like having the control. Um, there's once you get to a certain point, you're like, okay, there's certain things I'm trying to do, and it's not necessarily working out playing on someone else's server. I just or playing on a. Sometimes it's because it's a public server and there are just you can't really account for what other players are going to do, and you may very well just run into players who either here's the thing here's a lot of the things that'll happen is a they just don't really maybe they've played a lot of single player and then they come over and play multiplayer and they kind of do some things that can kind of mess up your run or whatever. There's that kind of aspect, but there's also just maybe there's an update released and that can mess up your run. There's just a lot of ways, and then you can't if you're not in control of when the server updates. again, you're just at the whim of all of that stuff, settings, mods, server updates, all of that stuff. So after a while, I was just like, man, I want to be able to control some of this better, so I don't want to keep putting in a lot of time on a playthrough that's not gonna get me where I wanted to go. Let's eat these leeks and put this away. I cooked all the eggs. Let's make sure all these eggs are cooked. But yeah, I kind of like, and I'll go back and play some multiplayer. I'll even do it on stream at some point. But again, but for now, I'm having a good time doing this. It's especially with streaming. It's like I kind of need to be able to control what's going on a little bit better than just doing all my streaming on a multi. I don't think that would really work very well if you were, especially not the way I was doing it because I wasn't. Well, I didn't really go out of my way to communicate with the admins about it and like say, hey, I'm going to be streaming. I don't think that's necessarily a requirement. Like they don't really say, hey, please let us know if you're going to be streaming. I've never heard him say that, but at the same time, if I'm going to be doing it a lot, like I am, I feel like I should probably at some point let people know that I'm streaming in an environment like that. These almost look harvestable right here. These lemongrass are starting. They're just seedlings. They don't get much bigger than that though. Okay, are we all good? I cleaned the chickens. I do need more wood. Here's what I'm thinking. I still just need a lot more wood. You know what we could do? I had marked two houses right over here that had, I believe, that one of them had some planks in it. I'm pretty sure one of them at least had some planks in it. So let's do this. Let's take these guns out of here. Let's just take some of the basic heavier stuff out of here. Some of this I can't really put away because I don't have the storage, but I can't build the storage because I don't have the wood. So I need to go get the so I need to go get the wood. This is a whole that is the life of a Zomboid player right there. So let me do this. Oh, I bet you I could put the hacks on here. The rest of that I'm gonna have a hard time getting out of there right now, so or having a place to put it is the problem. This I should have some room. Yeah. Nails can go in here. Wooden rod. Wooden rods you can make fishing poles out of. I have two of them now, so that's cool. I can make two of my own fishing poles. Don't really need a lot more of those. I have just trying to remind myself of this stuff too. So sometimes I'll just say it out loud, even if I'm not streaming. Sometimes I talk to myself when I'm doing this because it will help lock this kind of stuff. I'm very big on writing like that, actually. Let's move the small handle. Writing will really help lock things into your brain when you stop. There's something very strong, and I was well. I studied English. I have a degree in English, so I enjoy talking about this kind of stuff. But I've very much found. Is there anyone else out there that's like that? Like sometimes I have a hard time remembering things, like people's names, for example. I'm bad with names. But what I've found, like if someone gives me their name and phone number, if I write it down, it kind of locks it in my memory, and part of it is a visual and also a what do you want to call that? A hand to eye sort of. Um, I believe very strongly that using your hand to write, along with seeing it written in different formats, is a really good way to lock it into your brain, and that's why reading and writing will always be important, no matter what kind of technology people have, no matter what kind of the, no matter how we're using. And now, sure, humans will evolve thousands of years from now to maybe be a little bit different this way biologically, but currently, with our current biology, I think there's very, very, very much to the idea that if you sit down and read something, write it down, reread it, and then here's another aspect of this. One thing I found is if you stop and come back to it and then reread it again, that same writing or whatever, or even whatever, maybe even written in a different place or a different way, but if you reread that stuff, it sort of locks it into your brain even tighter and maybe even on. But it's all about like your neurons are, your brain is an incredible, our brains are freaking incredible. They really are. Like, they're sort of beyond anything we can design or imagine at this point still. Jerome Ladd says it's often stated the written word is the greatest. I agree, dude. I really do. And it's a little bit sad because you see us going away from it a little bit, and it's fine. I don't want to be the kind of guy who's like, oh, we should never use iPads. We should, like, I'm not saying that. I'm more or less saying it's just important, man. And I think I've even sort of underestimated it at times in my life where I'm like, man, whatever. Like, I don't need to read this. I don't need to write anything down or whatever. But really, it's a really fundamental thing. It's really just a basic fundamental human activity that works with us very well because of how our biology works, because of how our brains work. Yeah. Anyway, not to go on. Sometimes I go on too. Oh wow, look at all the good hatchets I have now. Sometimes I go a little too deep off the deep end sometimes, and you guys will just have to reel me in a little bit. I'll try to be as gracious and try try to reel myself back in when I can. But yeah, it's all good stuff. I love talking about all kinds of different stuff. Jerome Ladd says my dad still writes letters. Man, you actually kind of hit a little bit of a soft spot for me there because I'll tell you something. My sister used to when we were really young, or when we were right around the age like our early 20s. She always used to say, "Hey, let's write letters. Let's." I love writing letters. She loved it. And she actually did. She actually wrote me several letters in my early 20s, like when I was in my college years. And I still have them. Eventually, we switched to email. This kind of goes along with our conversation we were just having, very much. Eventually, we switched to doing emails, and she stopped writing letters because I never wrote letters back. And God, man, I'll tell you, it's I want to say it's still probably one of the biggest regrets I have is hey, base is looking good, dude. It's a big regret of mine because I wish I would have written her some letters back then. Um, it's all going good, dude. We just finished replanting the garden, basically like our third planting. Um, Let me look at our wood but we just finished the planting there again. It was like the third planting. And what I would wanted to do next is go out and look for some planks. But I kind of wanted to get the majority of this shit out of here. I think we're pretty good now. That's really all that goes in like two cabinets. So let me look back here. Uh, my brother doesn't even respond to the reels I sent him on Facebook. Yeah, it's funny. I was always really me and my sister were pretty tight, and like we didn't communicate. It's weird. It's like we didn't communicate real tight. It's not like we spoke every day or even every week or talked every week on the phone, but we were always real tight to the point where we could communicate about anything. And so I look back on that and I'm like, man, I should have written letters. Um, it's an important thing, and I think it's also for her it was a social thing. So I mean, I think some people still do that. Nowadays, most people just text and maybe email, but man, who really writes letters anymore? And I also actually my ex-wife uh, was she was very much the kind of person who would like write little like cute notes or love notes or whatever, And that's another thing where I feel kind of bad. Like, whatever, you know. I tried. I've just never really been like that, and I tried to kind of respond in my own way, but whatever. I know. I know some people. It's a very social and even sort of an emotional thing for them to like write someone a letter. It means a lot if someone writes you a letter or a love note, dude. It's like sometimes I don't appreciate that kind of thing as much as I should. Um, sometimes you look back and you're like, oh, I look back through my shit and I'm like, God, I still have like just little love notes that my ex-wife wrote me, and I see them sometimes and I'm like, man, like first of all, I'm never gonna throw this out, and second of all, like I didn't appreciate it enough at the time, and I should have done more to tell her that, and I should have also done something more to reciprocate it. I always tried to in my own way, but honestly, I've never been good at stuff like writing love notes or whatever, or just writing letters to people. I'm good at texting and writing emails to people and stuff like that. So it even sort of breaks my heart that I'm one of the people who sucks at those things. I'm like, dude, you should be better at this. Like you should be writing letters to people or like the people you really care about. It's not like you have to write letters to all your closest friends all the time. But I'm saying like your only sister and your wife, like yeah, maybe take 20 minutes and write him a letter, man. you know, but oh yeah, it's funny. Jerome Ladd says he's my only sibling, and my sister was my only sibling too. So uh, Jerome Ladd says I'm the older brother. I was actually the younger brother. Uh, we are close, but I've asked him to go to bars with me, and he won't. But he has more friends than I do, and goes with them. Yeah, I'll tell you, man. I loved my sister because she was exactly that kind of person. I could go out to the bar with her. We could go to concerts together. I would literally have done anything along with my sister, and yeah, I'm trying to think. I know we went to concerts together. We didn't actually go to a lot of concerts together, but we absolutely had like that kind of a relationship where we could talk about anything. We could have gone. We shared a lot. I mean, I could name. Let me try to think here. Probably the first band we both loved was U2. Shit, U2, Bon Jovi, stuff like that. We were 80s and 90s kids, so um, I don't think we actually literally went to concerts together, but we kind of hung out it was like we hung out in the same group, but she had her friend group and I had mine, and we were kind of in the same sort of whatever world, but we wouldn't really exclusively hang out like I mean occasionally a little bit like that, but we later in life we it was more like just chill, and it wasn't so much like hanging out with friends thing, but we would just hang out in the backyard and have drinks or whatever. Um, she ended up being she wasn't she didn't really smoke much weed, but then I didn't really drink much alcohol. She didn't she was never an alcoholic, I wouldn't say, but she was always fun to drink with. We'd go to bars together and whatever, all kinds of stuff. So let's see where we're at here. I kind of want that large flashlight, but I know I have one of them. Anyway, let's just look at. I didn't really need to stop here. In fact, I don't actually know where I'm going right now. Give me 1 second. There was a couple houses here. Oh, there's shit in the basement here. That's one of the reasons I came here. I'm in the right neighborhood, and yes, there may be planks in the basement. Oh shit! I thought I turned this down. All right, I might have to tell you what. Tell you what. Let's check this. I may have to take a break or end stream soon. I do have to do a little bit of work today. Let me just check.
Hmm.
I'm gonna check this basement because I swear, wasn't there some planks here? I think that was someone calling me about some work, so I should probably check on that. Sorry about the phone ringing. That was mine. If you're wondering, oh damn it, is that my phone? No, that was mine. Um, okay, there's one plank. There's still 2 boxes of nails down here. You know what? Let's grab the wood glue. Let's just grab more duct tape. You know what? Let's grab the boxes of nails too while we're down here. I know we're gonna use these up eventually, so. Geez, firefighter. Oh, more planks. So this is kind of what I wanted was to gather up as many of these planks as we can. I knew I had seen oh God, 3 more boxes of nails, planks. I think this was. Oh, God, there's more nails down here. So I'm gonna keep that little $sign on there because there's still God, like there's like 5 boxes of nails down here. All right, we're gonna have to come back here again someday. We'll keep these doors closed so no zombies wander in here. And we'll go, yeah, we'll go drop this off. Um, I didn't really need to get gas. I did want to check. I thought there was going to be some. Oh, and you know what? Did we ever get into this shed over here? Let's go check this too. Just kind of going around town, finishing cleaning up zombies, trying to pick up some of these remnants that I left behind. Clean some stuff up. We're all good. Let's go check this building. I don't know. Did I ever get in here? Oh, I did. There could be more planks in here. Right now, I'm very focused on grabbing planks specifically because I don't want to saw a bunch of logs if I don't have to. Uh, that's one thing in, damn it, on a lot of my multiplayer runs, it's hard to find planks. So you end up having to saw a lot of logs, and I kind of oversawing logs at the moment. So let's go check this now. Let me show you. This is what we were doing. There's another house right here. I think one of these, where I have the $signs, has planks in the basement. I want to say they both had a basement with a bunch of shit in it. I already looted it a little bit, but I couldn't carry everything. So, did I need another flashlight or a floodlight too? Probably. Should we just grab this one? Okay. I'm gonna try to grab this stuff, and then we're probably, once I get home, I'm probably gonna end stream. But we've got like probably a good, I don't know, we've got a good little bit here. I'm gonna go check this house over here, and we'll loot that. But then I think we're gonna end stream because I gotta do a little bit of work this morning. I'll most likely again be back probably. I don't even know. Maybe this afternoon or evening. Probably this afternoon sometime. But I'll probably take a longer break, get my lunch, do my work. Probably come back and do some more streaming this afternoon. I do want to hit. I don't think there was much in there this time around, but where was that other house? It's crazy once you get it cleared out and they don't respawn. It's kind of an eerie feeling because I know there are still large groups around here, but I don't know where they are. And so it's very much more like now it's some of it is back feels back to normal. I don't really need that generator, but was it this house? I don't Oh, it is that house. So I don't need this generator per se, but this was one of the houses that I think had a basement too. Yeah, see, there's literally one zombie left around here, apparently. You couldn't find your group. You couldn't find your group, huh, friend? He's like, excuse me, I lost my group. I'm like, yes, you did, son. Now, I don't think I ever made it in this house either. I was trying to get here earlier, but there was too many zombies at the time. So let's loop around here. There's a bunch of planks right here, actually. I could just take off the windows. There's usually not really shit in here to loot. Yeah, except maybe those planks. Sometimes you'll find like a random good magazine in these houses. Well, jelly beans. I don't know. Keep me happy. Um, what are we gonna do here? Well, let's go search. Let's go search this other house because this one may have some planks in the basement. I can pull all of these off, but part of me would prefer not to just keep it as it is. Not that I'm gonna be like holing up in that house for the night or anything, but I hear I hear one. I hear a zombie clawing on a wall. Shit. This reminds me of the kind of situation I just got injured on. Here, let's do a little shout. I I don't like
Hey!
I don't like hearing them and not knowing where they are. Is his pen light still on? Yeah, okay. I hear one, but where is he? All right, we're just gonna go down. There might be one down here. Let's get ready to fight. Oi, mate. I don't know what I was gonna say there. I may be a quarter English, but I can still fight. Oh, planks, beautiful. I thought I had marked these partly because they had a lot of planks here specifically, or some planks left. I know I grabbed some of them. Did we need more rope? Probably. Often when you have to ask the question of do I need it, the answer is yes, or you will need it. Oh, 6 planks. Perfect. This is what I was looking for. And there's also still nails down here. Let's grab the epoxy too, because the epoxy can be used to fix that metal baseball bat and also the nightstick, I believe. Okay, we're doing good. We have yeah, you can see why I marked this place. It's got tons of good farm stuff here and just basic equipment for crafting. Tons of paint there too, if I ever want to paint. Was that two of them? Was there two full? Yeah, or not full, but tons of paint in two of those containers. Jeez. All right. We don't need anything else. I really just wanted those planks mostly. Here's my van. Anything else in here? We're gonna leave that generator. Yeah. Garden fork's actually a really good weapon. I do have one. Here's 2 more planks. Trying to get as many planks as I can. The planks just help it go so much faster when you're not having to saw all the logs. And if you can just pick up planks while you're out looting, it's like, all right, well, that was easy. Here's a bunch of planks. I could go get a bunch more off that house. Let's skip it because we've got what? I mean, these really won't go that far. But let's do one more thing. So we pretty much hit this house. Let's check this one other house. Let's do this. Because I did want to play a little bit longer. Let's try to get to this other house. See if there's any more planks at this one. And then my house is just right back because we're going back that way anyway. This is what I was kind of trying to do is hit all 3 of these. Get all the planks. Oh, I just heard a zombie actually. I wanted to get all the planks and let's leave it running and let's do a shout.
Hey!
Trying to clear Echo Creek. Sounds like he's in this house, right? Is it this one? No, I don't think he's in here. Is he upstairs? I thought I cleared the upstairs of this one. Oh no, they're right there. Okay, so this style, let's. Shit. I hate this when it's like staircase right there. All right, let's do. Oh, I tried to hit her real quick there. Why won't it open the door? There we go. Let's just get her downstairs and out this door.
Hey!
Okay. So yeah, we're probably just to let you guys know, we're probably gonna finish this. I'll head home. I might build just a couple things, and then we'll probably end stream. I'm close to the 4 hour mark, so and then what I'll probably do is just come back uh, later this evening. Ooh, it is 10 p.m. too, so let's just go over to this other house. But yeah, we'll be here for at least another 20, 30 minutes probably. So there's a little group there. Nothing much. House was, there are some left over here. Eventually they'll kind of group together a little bit. I think it was one of these, wasn't it? Still got some zeds over this way. It was the next house on the right. So this one. So let's pull in here, kill off the zombies that are still following. We'll loot this house for planks and anything else high level. I think I took most of the real high level stuff out already, but I know I left things like planks behind that there was too many to carry. What is this? What is this? What are you wearing? Is that a freaking what is holy sh that's like a stripper outfit. Who is this? Who are you, girl? You should have been on Jill's playthrough. She could use that outfit. We might just take this outfit just because I've never seen a zombie dressed. Do you see that, guys? It's literally like a stripper zombie. Like, I'm not even kidding. We gotta go. We gotta go look at the stripper zombie in a second here. Oh, shit. After we kill these fuckers with an axe. This is about perfect, though. Oops. I don't really like. The axe is so slow for me right now. It's partly because I don't have it leveled up, but that's what we're trying to do right now. This is actually a hatchet, but it counts. It counts under your axe skills, obviously. Makes sense, and I like that you can actually have a two-handed axe or a one-handed axe. Works either way. Okay, so we got these guys. I hear another one. You know what I'm gonna do? Oh, guys, I actually have a great plan. We're gonna end this stream on a very positive note. Okay, they're not in there. I think they're over here. Or was it back there? Now I don't hear it. Is it over here or over there? It's not coming from this house. And I had cleared this one out pretty well before. It's either coming from this house or that house. I think it's coming from over here. There must be a zombie. Yeah, I think there's a zombie either inside this house or. Not sure if I thought I had gotten inside here. Yeah, it's in here. I should have known it was in this one. Don't let me forget that stripper zombie. I haven't forgotten the stripper zombie. I just. Priorities, people. Priorities. I hear this guy beating down a door, so I'd like to see where he is first. He's pretty tired, and I think he's got muscle strain. He's not fighting real well at the moment. He's somewhere in here. Where is he? I guess he's in that door? Wait, is that... Oh no, there's no window. Oh no, there's a window right here. Wait, where is he? I mean, isn't that the same room?
Hey,
They might be back here. Hmm. I can't actually tell where that... It might be down that way. I don't friggin' know. We just kill the ones we can find. Around here, we kill the zombies we find and look for the ones we can. Possibly later. That could be like a crawler on the fence I'm hearing too. It's sometimes hard to tell where they're coming from. Oh, it's real dark now. So, dang it. I was hoping to get this house looted. Kind of got sidetracked there a little bit. Oh, before we get sidetracked again, look at this bunny suit. Oh my god. So, bunny suit, bunny ears. I didn't know this was a thing even. I know exactly where this is going, guys. This is almost too perfect right now. Hold on, didn't I get... So, bunny suit, bunny tail. Where'd the bunny ears go? Did I... Bunny ears right here. I know, and let's just give her the whole, because I guess this is the whole outfit. gold belly button ring, white stockings, and strapped shoes. I don't know that all of that's going to fit where I want to put it, but that's kind of funny to me. So that was your bunny suit stripper zombie. I have literally never even noticed one of those before. We're going to throw that in here. Kind of want to put that whole outfit in a special. Will it fit in the toolbox? No, that's fine. Let me just put it back here. I know exactly where I want to put that. That's pretty funny. Okay. We're just. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just loot this house. Was that was my leather jacket? Yeah. And rope can go in here. Epoxy can go in here. Let's eat some food. Grab as many planks as I can. We're still only at 93 on our capacity here, so could have probably grabbed more stuff, but we'll see what's left here. Kind of forget what I left behind, but I knew some of them had planks. A lot of them were kind of similar, just like a basement with a lot of that kind of stuff. Oh, priorities should be to remind us to like and subscribe. Way to go, Jerome Ladd. You know, I haven't actually said that in this stream, so I'm glad you brought that up because I would really appreciate any likes and subscribes. I'm a pretty new YouTuber still. I've done quite a few streams here in the last week or two, but that's really like I had done some streaming in the past, but most of it was on like a different kind of channel, a different. All right, we're good. I kind of ran down here a little helter skelter there, but we're pretty good. But yeah, definitely. I appreciate the shout out there, Jerome. Oh shoot, are there no more planks left here? I don't like to say that too much. I usually just try to throw it in one time each video. Just it doesn't really. Often it does. Well, when I'm watching a YouTube video, if someone says it more than once or twice in like a couple hours, I'm like, all right, I don't really want to. You're really, or if they go too overboard with it, I'm like, okay, we get it. We all know. At this point, we all know how to do that, and you don't have to like constantly ask people to like your video. So I don't want to be that guy, but at the same time, I try to stay at like once per video, just to remind people, because I've definitely been there where I'm like, I'm just watching YouTube videos and not really thinking about anything, but I'm really enjoying one, and then the guy says it, and I'm like, you know what, I should just give him a like at least. I don't necessarily need to subscribe, but at a minimum, if I'm still here watching it, then you know, I guess I enjoyed at least something about it, even if I didn't necessarily watch all 8 hours, and I would be amazed at this point if anyone has watched a full 8 hour stream of mine, but anyone, even a single one back to back, and that's not really how they're intended. I mean, it's fine if they're absolutely there if you want to watch the whole thing, and no judgment there whatsoever. But uh, partly it's just I'd like to make some videos at some point out of some of these, like some actual edited YouTube videos. And it's nice to have some of that video just in sort of whatever, just available. And was there still one in here? I feel like it's in this house. Oh, I hate these corners though, where there's a damn zombie there. I can hear one somewhere. Must be down here. Let's go look real quick. Oh, I hear one there. I don't think that was them beating on the door. Ooh, fighting in the dark, man. A little bit dangerous. I should really just go home. It's just got like pitch black here. Yeah, I should really just go home. I was just trying to locate that last zombie I was hearing, but tell you what, we got a good load. We can at least do a couple things at home. It's pitch black, so let's get him home with the planks we've got and his life. Sometimes you just got to stop and say, you know what, we had a good run. Let's call it. Let's call it for the night. We can always come back and do more stuff, but I did some pretty good looting. There's always something else I see that I want. Dang it, I couldn't find the keys for this, could I? I don't think I ever found the keys for this one. And I think sometimes they might be on a zombie that despawns kind of style, so. Oh, what did I just find? Wow, welcome to my new red sports car, friend. You know what? That van towed like shit last time I tried it. Let's actually try this. Let's try to tow the van with the sports car. Ooh, it's only 300 horsepower. That's really low. Well, let's test. We're testing. Will, a 300 horsepower Dash Elite. This is guys, this is Zomboid Mythbusters. Zomboid Busters. You could, in theory, they are there, so you can watch them all. You can watch all of my streams if you want. Absolutely, I very much welcome you to do that. So they're all there. Eventually, I might. What I'll probably do. We'll see. We'll see where things get, which direction we go. But some of that will likely be used to make some videos down the road. I don't know. We'll see. So here's what we're gonna do. We're testing, guys. We're testing. Oh, and check this out. Check out this little trick. One thing you can do, since I'm so close to home, I'm not worried about leaving this one running with the lights on. What was I gonna do though? Oh, I need to hook it up. But here. Let's hook it up. Multiple things going on here. It's gonna be a fun. This is Zomboid. I won't. Here's another series. This is the kind of YouTube video I want to do. Is like YouTube Mythbusters. Let's set it all up right here. This is my short video. Will a 300 horsepower Dash Elite pull a 370 horsepower step van, which weighs. Yeah, I can go through and edit it and make it kind of tight. So let's look at the weights though, because this impacts it too. So vehicle weight 1,500. What is the vehicle weight on these? The myth would be like, what is going to affect your towing ability more? Horsepower or weight of vehicle? You can see these are much lighter, 1,100. And this is only 300 horsepower, which is kind of the minimum I would usually say, where you're going to be able to tow really, really at all. So let's see how this goes. Let's just eat a little snack. I'm curious. Here's my hypothesis. This is a scientific study sanctioned by the U.S. government. My hypothesis is that this thing is going to tow up, but I won't be able to go over 15 miles an hour doing it this way. Probably more like 10. It's probably going to tow very similar to how I did this before. I think it was with that station wagon. Oh, Jesus, guys. I was getting it up to like 30 there. Guys, look at this. Why am I getting it up to 30 miles an hour right now? Okay, well, this is fine. You know what? They kind of changed towing, is what they did. They completely changed towing so that this is actually viable now. Look at this. He's in second gear doing almost 30 miles an hour right there. Do you see that? That's actually really good. They Guys, they sort of fixed towing. Look, let's max it out right here. So I got it floored. It's pretty much maxed. He's exceeding. Guys, look at this. This is sort of revolutionary right here. He's up to like 35 miles an hour. If I were out on the highway, I bet I could get this up to 40. This is dry. And look at how maneuverable it is. This is actually great. Guys, they fixed towing. Now it's a little bit, it can still be a little bit difficult depending on the vehicles, but like this is great. I've never, do you see this, Jerome? Do you tow in this game? Do you see how well this is working for me right here? Yeah, dude. Like I've gone through so many different variations of like different updates and how the towing works. It worked the exact same. I did that with this black one. And this very well right here, Jerome, might be the car we end up taking to the speedway. Cause that's the car. So let's just dudes, that worked so well. That makes me really happy actually. That towed really, really nicely. Over 30 miles an hour, just like that. I didn't have to take the tires off. Now, watch this though. Now, look at this though. Let's try this, because this didn't work before. And this is what I mean is it's still a little glitchy. But let's try it. What if it makes a difference if the car is running? Because one thing I did there also, this isn't a perfect scientific study. One thing I was also doing there at the same time was this van was running with the lights on. So let's try this now. This is Mythbusters. This is Mythbusters. Can you tow in Zomboid? Well, guys, this really isn't too bad right here. Part of it is that this vehicle is, so it's always a calculation of multiple things. The vehicle in the back is not very heavy, so it's towing pretty well. It didn't do as well with the station wagon because the station wagon is heavier. That's my hypothesis. I am sticking to it. Yeah, Jerome says it probably shouldn't matter, but it probably will, and that's kind of what I'm experiencing. Like logic, and you pretty much throw logic and real mechanics out the window. Like real physics does not matter here. But see, the vehicle weight is 1,200 on this one. It's only 100 kilos difference, but it did tow this better than the station wagon. Just for the record, I know that's sort of an anecdotal statement, but it's certainly not a quantified scientific value. But anyway, I just like to kind of keep testing those things on new updates and seeing what they're doing. I believe at this point, what they did is they changed towing a little bit, and it's not viable the way I used to do it, but now it's actually easier in most cases doing it the correct way, which, okay, that's fine. I like that actually. Because now we're actually towing forward in the correct direction, you know? Instead of having to take tires off or tow in reverse or all of that nonsense. So it's an evolving kind of thing. Okay, so this one now is only my second sports vehicle. I know, don't get on me. I know my collection is growing, but this is typically how I'll do this. The sheriff's car takes precedent because it's a sheriff's car that has like 480 horsepower. But typically what I like to do over here, this is sort of a secondary sports vehicle that holds some parts. Part of it is just part storage. But I like to put those over here where I've got like a standard, a sports, and then like one of the vans at least for like a heavy vehicle. And that way I've got part storage or even a spare vehicle if I need it. But long term, that tends to end up being more like part storage because what I do is I'll take the good parts off of these and fix up the ones I'm driving, and eventually those will be sort of like parts cars kind of thing. So, oh, vehicle key. Let's put the vehicle key back in there. I don't know. Did I pull everything out of here? I kind of want to keep playing, but I should take a longer break and answer that phone call that I got recently. So, um, what I should probably do is just, yeah, I tell you what, let's just end stream here when I get him inside. I'm going to put all of this in the glove box so I can at least get in it. And sometimes these things will prevent you from being able to get in the dang seat and all that. So let's just do that for now. All right, let's make sure there's nothing real valuable in this plastic bag and then throw it away. Sometimes the plastic bags can actually have real good stuff in them. Oh, whoa, how are there 26 plastic bags here? Oh, were there 26 plastic bags inside the plastic bag? I think that's what that was. Whatever. We'll put them in here. Okay. As long as I got pretty much everything out of my inventory, let's double check. I think I. So what am I missing in here now? I keep. There's got to be something I'm missing in here. And I can't think of it right now. Oh, my pen light. That's right. And yeah, that should be about right. So I'll tell you what, we did get a bunch of planks there, and they're in the Plonky's van. Should I grab the planks out just to? How many did we get? 15. That's fine. I'll remember where they are. Let's. There's one other thing I wanted to do, but we'll do that next stream. We'll do some things for next stream. So next stream, and I might come back later today. We're gonna use those planks and finish some building, some important building steps like this fence. And then let me just say this: be a little bit of a teaser, a little bit of foreshadowing. I'll just say this: I'm gonna put some new clothing on my scarecrow. Let's talk about that, guys. And then and I'll finish this fence. I wanted to get the fence finished so I can split up animals a little bit better. Typically, I'll connect this all the way down here, and then I'll have a second gate in here. And anyway, you'll see. We might do it a little bit different than I've done it in the past, but either way, it will be amazing. Oh, darn it. I was trying to get to. Ooh, these are all empty. So we better get some rain soon because I'm pretty much out of water in this whole house at this point. I can still fill out of there. Oh, I guess I can still fill out of this thing, fill the water bottle. I wasn't able to like clean myself earlier. Let's just double check. Let's check in with my guy. He's perfectly fine, totally healthy. He is at 75 and dropping. Let me eat. Are these high? You know what? These are pretty good. Let me just eat like a quarter of this box of cereal. And maybe even the jelly beans. We'll put dude to bed. Other thing. Oh, so he's at 1 month. So 42 days alive, guys. 42 days alive. You know what I want to do? Well, whatever. I'm such an idiot. I was just going to say, you know what I want to do? On my next one, on one of my next streams, I'm going to call that 45 Days Alive. And that rhymes. Oh, I'm such an idiot. That was literally the thought that just went through my head. And I was going to be like, guys, this is epic. When I hit 45 days, I can call the stream 45 days alive. And then I could do a 55 days alive. I literally got to that point in my brain before I was like, and then Jerome says, this is funny. And then Jerome chimes in and says, my tune is 32 days alive. Is that your, do you mean you're on your playthrough? Have you been alive 32 days on your playthrough for Zomboid? That's good, man. Anytime you can get to 30 days, I applaud you. No matter what you're doing in Zomboid. If you can make it to 30 days alive, you're probably pretty good at the game and you did a good job. And you get how it works. If you've never gotten a character to 30 days alive and I'm not trying to judge here, but if you've never made it to 30 days and you've been playing for a while, you probably need to maybe kind of rethink the game and how you're approaching it a little bit. Because honestly, man, for me, the game doesn't even really start till I hit 30 days. That's kind of always been, for a long time, I've been like, man, I can't wait to get to the first month over with. Because to some degree, the first month is a lot of grinding. It's a lot of putting up planks on windows. It's a lot of, and you do that stuff over and over and over again when you, and sometimes it's at the same damn property when like the server wipes or whatever, or you jump to another server and, oh, let's try this one out. Well, I got to do a new character because I died on this server. And anyway, Jerome says, yeah, this current character is alive 32 days on 2 hours. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. Yeah, it's all gathering. It's really gathering your tools, your equipment, storing them. Sometimes you have to build some storage or find some storage to take home just to store the stuff you're looting. And really, like, yeah, that's what I've found is your first 30 days is very, very heavy on just surviving is the first thing. Once you're good on like your food and water and clothing and you can fight and survive, then you start gathering materials, you get your house, you start storing things. But really, that takes like a good 30 days to get anywhere significant. Once you've hit that 30-day mark, you should be at the point where you're able to start some crafting. You've got materials, you've got storage, you've got a house or whatever. You've got your place that you're kind of staying if you're doing it that way. Some people do like nomadic runs where they just, whatever, maybe they live out of their car or maybe they have maybe they're literally just walking everywhere. And people do all kinds of cool stuff. I had a friend actually, one of the first good friends I met, and shout out to this friend. Um, but he'll know who he is if he hears me saying this. Shout out to this friend. He was a great dude, and I still, like, he hasn't played in months. I think he kind of went through the same thing where he got sick of the multiplayer stuff, and the server changed, and all his friends started moving. I know he said a lot of his friends moved to a different server after one of the wipes, and that's the kind of thing that'll happen a lot. But he was amazing. He had a run where he was just walking. He called his character Walker, and he didn't drive. He didn't have. I don't even think he had a safe house on that run. He literally would just walk around, and that was it. And he'd go meet people and talk to people and hang out with them. And he was super, super sociable and always was trying to. He was really good at the crafting stuff, so he could now. Well, now I sometimes I question some of his motives on some things, but he was basically he'd look for leather and bone and he'd make stuff for you, and yeah, it was good stuff. He was a good dude. Um, so it's 4:10 a.m. What else were we? Let me catch up with Jerome here real quick. Getting prepped for no water and electricity. Yeah, that's essentially because usually by that first month, your water and electricity is going to be gone. Usually, sometimes it's sooner, sometimes it's way longer. I've played on servers where the electricity never shut off, and I was like, man, this is too far. That's really unrealistic in a way. I get wanting to play a game like that, but At that point, it's like, well, you could also play like The Sims 7 or whatever, and not have any zombies and have electricity forever. And I don't mean to be sound like a douchebag there, but for me, you got to have some of the zombies, some of the weapons, some of the electricity's out, all that. Um, yeah, Jerome says he's doing a nomadic run out of an RV. That's cool. Do you use like the RV mod? Carrying my base with me from town to town. You must have like an RV mod rolling. I've thought about. I did see one multiplayer server that was running with that. Let me get him just. Well, whatever. I don't want to exercise with him right now. I saw one um, multiplayer server that I it looked like I would like it, and they had the RV mod. I was considering trying that because I've never tried a lot of those mods. That is one of the better mods I've heard of. Yeah, the RV and the RV interiors, especially. And then I guess Jerome says RV interiors and auto star trailers is the way to go. I've thought about doing a run like that. The thing is, it totally changes. I might want to do a run where I use a lot of modded vehicles, modded trailers, RVs, all that kind of stuff, because I do like that aspect. And I kind of wish they'd expand that. The thing I hesitate on is I think, well, down the road, probably a couple of years, they'll probably add some of that stuff in. Um, Maybe sooner than that. I don't know. So I hesitate to play with those mods because I'm like, well, I don't know. I want to look at them more. I also don't want to just fill up my computer with mods right now because I still have it full of Fallout 4 mods that I should probably delete. That are honestly, they're probably none of them are functional anymore. I should probably just go through and delete all my Fallout 4 mods, anything I had associated with them. Jerome says one drawback is the interior of the RV has you totally safe from zombies. Oh, is that how that works? So, I mean, that's kind of something you just have to figure into your playthrough. Like, well, it's sort of and I guess it depends on how you play. Very little mods. Uh, yeah, I don't. I like my guy to be at risk. I like it to be like real life, where yeah, he's not. He doesn't necessarily ever have a safe place, you know. And so that would. I'm glad you mentioned that because I didn't know that. So it sounds like you're saying all the RVs are just if you're inside the RV, the zombies cannot touch you. I don't know that I would like that, so I'd want to research that more. It's kind of nice in a way, and I guess if you're living that nomad life, he says it's a safe house in the out of bounds on the map. If you open the map while inside it, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, and that's why I don't even like playing with mods because I'm like I kind of like them either to stop updating the game so frequently if I'm going to run mods, but I don't want them to stop up like improving the game. But you hear what I'm saying there. What I'm kind of waiting for is 42 stable, which my best guess at this point, just completely uneducated, unprofessional guess here, but my best guess is that they'll probably have unstable out or out, they'll probably have this stable by Christmas or maybe January somewhere in there. That's my hope and kind of what I think it seems like it's going to be doing at this point because they're releasing updates constantly now. Um, anyway, Jerome says, so I'm in Brandenburg at the moment, but yeah, I think I was asking you that earlier. When I open the map, up at the map in RV, so you know what? I actually kind of, because I don't really have very many viewers, so I'm gonna write this down because I try to remember these things. So you're actually doing the RV mod, and you're living out by Brandenburg, but you probably move around quite a bit, right? I'm curious. I like to keep these conversations rolling, so uh, oh, I see. So you're in Brandenburg, but when you open the map, it shows that you're south of March Ridge and Rosewood. Yeah, see, and that's where because they update the game so much, and then they have to update the mod, and then by the time they get the mod updated, they have another update out for the game, and so it's like I can see why there would be a lot of glitchiness, and to be honest with you, the game has so much glitchiness already. That's part of why I tend not to play with a lot of mods because to me you're sort of introducing more problems and glitches than it's improving the game to me in most cases. Now, it depends on the mod. It depends on what I'm trying to do at the time. But like I said, everyone plays so many different ways, so many different characters and places on the map. Jerome says he's most familiar with Riverside. I spent a lot of time in Riverside. I'd say the two. Well, let me think now, because I used to spawn in Echo Creek when they allowed it. Um, I want to say no. This guy spawned in Rosewood. So lately, it's well since they took away the option to spawn in Echo Creek. I've pretty much. Sorry, I got the hiccups a little bit. Since they took away the option to spawn in Echo Creek, I've mostly been spawning in Rosewood. I used to do a lot in Riverside. I'll be honest, guys. Let me think here. I don't actually know. No, I have spawned in Muldraw, but I'm gonna tell you, it might only be once or twice all time because I do not really like Muldraw. I'll spawn in West Point before I spawn in Muldraw, um, just because I don't really like Muldraw. Nothing against people who like Muldraw or the area or whatever, but I know some of these are actually real places in Kentucky too. I'd rather spawn in West Point or Rosewood before I'll spawn in Muldraw. Riverside's cool. I used to love spawning out here, although this is kind of a shitty spawn location actually. You pretty much, if you're gonna spawn out here, you kind of should be a farmer, and really there's not much for loot. So it's like you're either a farmer or you're going to Guns Unlimited right away to grab the loot because that's the only loot around here. And it's frustrating when you come out here to be like a farmer and then you see like four or five people come out here and just destroy Guns Unlimited immediately, and you're like, okay, well that's cool. And then some of them will leave. They'll just come and take everything from Guns Unlimited right away and then leave, and you're like, well that's cool. There goes like most of the loot in my whole town, and I consider Guns Unlimited part of Echo Creek because it's literally right. Isn't it literally right there? Now it might technically be outside the city limits. I don't know. But like this is Echo Creek right here, and it's so close to me. And Echo Creek has really nothing else going on for it besides farming stuff. I mean, that's it's meant to be like an epic agricultural community, and it is at that. But in terms of looting, you're not going to find much for loot here. So Guns Unlimited is kind of the. It's really just that and the farming store. There's other stuff around, but it's not anywhere near city limits. Um, Jerome Lad 94 says, I play with about 10 mods. Cryogenic Winter, never heard of that one. RV Interiors, have heard of that one. Health and sorry, health and stamina bars and item condition. You know, yeah, and then let me just finish reading. Muldra is such a new player trap. Yeah, and that's the thing is like on multiplayer, it just like you said, it just traps all the new players. There's a lot of new players that come into Muldra, and it, you tend to it just tends to be a lot of chaos. You also and I don't mean to hate on. I'm not going to talk shit about new players. I don't when I and if I say sometimes if I say a term like a noob, I don't mean it I don't mean it as a slight. I'm not trying to insult anyone, but sometimes people just come in and they're new players. Maybe they've never played the game. Maybe they've never played multiplayer, and a lot of them do come into Muldra. Jerome has a point. That's kind of why I don't like it because you see so many new players spawn in Muldra. I don't really know why it is. It's always honestly the game has always been kind of like that ever since I started playing, like almost a decade ago. I started playing this game, and it's always been like that. I remember back in the day, it was even more like that because we didn't have this whole map. We didn't even have I want to say the map. Well, whatever. This isn't a good example, but so here's Muldra. I did get the Muldra map. So there's Muldra, in case anyone's not clear what we're talking about. This is Muldra. This is a place where a lot of new players will spawn. Just a little heads up if you're going to multiplayer. You can't spawn in March Ridge, but a lot of people will, or some people will go down here. It's a little intense in March Ridge. A lot of new players also spawn in Rosewood and Riverside, so it's not like Muldra is the only place for new players, but I'll just say this from my experience. So you've got basically here, you've got three good places now for new players to spawn. I would say Muldra, Rosewood, and then Riverside would be what, like whatever, somewhere up here. Riverside is up here somewhere. Those are probably the three best places for new players to spawn. Really, you've only got four. You've only got one other choice, and I hate that. The only other choice is West Point, and that's a little more of a higher level spawn point, I'd say, because it's closer to Louisville. You're going to tend to get more veteran players in West Point. Muldra, I would say this. Muldra tends to be more like new and sort of mid-tier players go to Muldra. If you're kind of new to the game, maybe not a super veteran, and you're not going to Louisville immediately on the first day kind of thing, like you might go to Muldra if you're sort of an intermediate player or a new player. I would say Rosewood and Riverside are more for new players. Muldra tends to be a little more aggressive. You tend to run into more douchebags around Muldra is my problem with it. And then also, if I'm being honest, if you're trying to avoid assholes and douchebags on a multiplayer server, I would avoid Muldra and West Point. Now, I'm not saying you can't go to Louisville, you can't go to those towns, but I would maybe put my base away from this area because what I've now that doesn't mean you're not going to find douchebags anywhere, but in general, you're probably going to find a lot of crazy. And I'm just talking. I'm not trying to make it personal with people, but like you're just going to find a lot of crazy shit and people doing stupid shit and people doing crazy shit, and then they do some stupid shit and then they come over here and they do some crazy shit, and then you're like, hey, I'm trying to do this, and they're like, I don't care, I'm doing this, and you're like, hey, but I have an animal, and they're like, oh, well, here's how you do animals, and you're like, that's not how you do animals, you're stupid, and then they're like, that's how I do animals in Mojo, motherfucker. And then they're like, I'm going to Louisville. And they're like, here's a pipe bomb, motherfucker. And you're like, this ain't PvP. And you're like, I don't care. Here's a pipe bomb. And so, anyway, I didn't write. Those weren't all personal experiences there, but that's kind of the idea. That's kind of the idea of this region, I would say. Like you're probably going to get fucked with, and I've been fucked with all over the map. I'll be honest. People will fuck with you. People will hack into the multiplayer server. We've straight up had things like this happen where people just hack in and start killing people. They'll start just following people and trolling them. You will see that on multiplayer servers. So just be aware if you want to avoid that stuff. If you want to participate, go to Mulder and West Point. That's where you belong. If you want to, like, for example, there was one run where a guy was poisoning people in Muldra, and he was openly doing it, but he wouldn't tell them. But afterwards he would admit it, and he was just openly poisoning people, and he was experimenting on people, is what he was saying. And if they found out, he would be like, "Yeah, I'm running experiments with this poison," and he was just very matter of fact, like, "Yep, yeah, I tried to kill your character with this poison," and he'd be like, he'd start talking to you about it, like, "Yeah, it didn't quite work because probably because I did it like this," and it was very like it got to the point where the whole server was like, "Dude, like you keep killing, like you're basically trying to kill all the new players that come in now, and you're still there, still doing it. We all know you're doing it." It was actually quite a kind of weird. Jerome says, "I think Riverside is the absolute sweet spot." Do you mean just for like spawning or for living in general? He also said, hold on, I missed some stuff here. I often find myself going to clear places out having not near enough stuff with me, so I started thinking, why not have a mobile base? Yeah, I like that. Dude, when I first started playing, I spent so much damn time in Muldraugh. I honestly, of all the towns, I'm gonna be honest with you. This might be straight up. Of all the towns on the map, I think I've spent less time in Muldraugh than any other town. I think I've literally spent more time in Ekron now and March Ridge than I have in Muldraugh. I drive through there a lot. I'll drive from Rosewood up to West Point, and I'll be like, let me get the fuck out of Muldraugh. Every single time, I'm like, I hate this town. Part of it is I always remember that guy who was poisoning people. I'm like, dude, like that is exactly specifically the kind of person I don't want to play with. Like, dude, that's like, come on, man. You literally just killed my character. You don't know me, and you're just experimenting with poison. Like, yeah, I could have told you, dude. You put enough bleach in that bottle, and you'll kill someone. So there you go. Jerome Lad says that's my kind of guy poisoning people. Yeah, yeah. For spawning, so he's saying the sweet spot for spawning is Rose or Riverside, is what I really like Riverside. I like how close it is to the lake. I've been wanting to do like some, or I mean the river. I've been wanting to do some Riverside spawns and I wish I had a better map here for you. But I've been wanting to do some Riverside spawns. I could pull up the B42 map, um, but what I was doing was I was going to West Point because I liked the river, but I was debating going over by Riverside. In the end, I decided to go to. One reason people huddle around West Point and Muldraugh is because that's where a lot of the players are. So people tend to kind of collect together. So you will don't let me completely hate on the area. There are some really good people that live around that area. It's not like a lot of people live there because it's like you'll see when you go onto a multiplayer server, typically you're going to see more players out that direction. So people tend to try to huddle together. But honestly, what I found is this map is so small. Jerome probably remembers this. I actually did a test. I drove from Irvington Speedway clear over here. Now, why is this high? Why is this open? I don't know why that's on my map right now. That's kind of weird. I drove basically all the way across the map in about 25 minutes. Literally like 25 minutes in real time in my real life, and I drove basically all the way across the map. So it's really not that big of a map if if you just drive a good car straight through and don't stop. Maybe a half an hour, and you can pretty much get it anywhere on the map from one side clear to the other end of it. So it's really not that bad. I know 30 minutes of just driving is kind of a long time, but really it's not that bad when you consider you just crossed the entire map. And that was almost diagonal. I was almost going diagonal from southwest to northeast. So it wasn't just straight across. That was like diagonal across the map. Um, Jerome says, I was often claiming the farm just outside of it, but even the scrapyard. Oh, you were probably claiming it. If you're near the scrapyard, I used to live out there when I first started doing multiplayer, out like it would be like west of Riverside. I used to live out that way when I first started trying to do all of this stuff. Um, Eventually, I decided to try Echo Creek again. Even the scrapyard or the bar in Riverside are good base points to break into the town. Yeah, Riverside's a real good town. Oh man, I actually had a fun playthrough. When I first started playing on multiplayer, the very first person I met was a girl named Jamie, and we lived. Now, I wanted to do something like this. She was really, really cool. I very much wanted to do something like this. She more wanted to live. She wanted to live down in like the gated community in Riverside. But I very much wanted to do something like this. That's what I told her. I was like, hey, I really want to farm. Anyway, we pretty much compromised and we lived sort of on a corner property. You know what? Let me just pull it up real quick. Um, I can pull up the B42 map pretty quick. Let me show you the property I'm talking about. real quick. I am gonna end stream here, but I hate to end stream on a when we're having a good conversation here. So hold on, let me just get you here. So dang it, what I wanted to do was this. Okay, I think you're here now. Yeah, you should be seeing the B42 map. Um, so Riverside, this is what I was talking about. Just to kind of finish our conversation here and show you what I was talking about. So I used to spawn like right around here. I remember I spawned, I think it was this house exactly right here. It might have been this one, but so I spawned out here, met a girl named Jamie. This is when I first started playing again and started playing Build 42. We I forget exactly where I even met her, but it was some she spawned around here too somewhere very near me at the same time. We ended up living I wanted a farm and she wanted to live in this gated community in Riverside here. Let me check yeah, okay. I think we're good. I wanted to live so she was talking about like this. And I told her what I wanted to do. And then she was like, there's a really cool gated community on and I was like, I wasn't real familiar with Riverside at the time. I think my guy's good, right? Oh yeah, my guy's good. I was not super familiar with Riverside at the time, so I wasn't totally, you know, dialed in on the map. This it turned out this area had a shitload of zombies. Really, the entire Riverside was just swarming with zombies on that server. It was like high zombie settings, and we ended up picking this house right here. So we lived together in this house for a minute, but turned out someone else either moved in here or they might have been living here when we moved in. I don't really recall, but I remember talking to him for a second. He seemed like a douchebag. He kind of came up and was like, "How long have you been playing Zomboid?" At that point, I was like, "I don't know. I've got like 50 hours on Steam, and I'm just playing Zomboid." And how's it going, man? And 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 he was like, well, I've been playing for 1,500 hours, and I live here, and blah blah blah," and was kind of like sort of standoffish. And maybe he didn't want me living here, but at the same time, whatever. Like I moved in here with a girl named Jamie. We lived here. I ended up getting a generator stolen, and then some other stuff sort of disappeared. We were sharing a safe house. I don't think she stole anything from me, but at the same time, sort of around that time, I just decided to do my own thing. I actually ended up changing the safe house so that, but whatever, so that it was just mine and whatever. I literally, I don't think I ever spoke to her again after that. I saw her later on and tried to be like, hey, what's going on? But I think she got kind of pissed because I basically locked her out of the safe house. But it's like I tried to talk to her and I tried to say, hey, sorry, I didn't mean to like lock you out of the safe house, but I was trying to secure the base and stuff started going missing and I wanted to talk to you about a different plan and all this stuff. But either way, doesn't really matter. But just for the sake, oh, but whoa, one more thing. Actually, let me show you the place too. I know I'm jabbering a lot right now, and I should probably just shut up. But where's the house? So man, actually, so many weird or so many awesome Project Zomboid stories. Actually, I also used to live in a house out here. We'll just leave it at this one. I used to live in a house right here, and also a lot of zombie activity. I'll just say because on Build 42, where is it? There's a insane asylum. Literally, is it this? Yeah, it's Sunderland Hills Sanatorium. So they just added this recently, and this used to be a little more chill, but I'll tell you, man, there is a shitload of zombies here. There's a lot of zombies here, and they will come right through this field, right into your backyard. There's a bunch of zombies out here. It depends on your settings, but yeah. I ended up kind of abandoning this area too because on that server, it got pretty chaotic. I'll just say, but here, hold on, let me move that back over here. Too many windows sometimes. It's only three, but when you have three windows and three screens to move them around on it, and so many things to click on sometimes, it gets okay. I think you're back here. All right, let me check in one last time with chat, and then I think we're gonna call it good conversations. Yeah, much love to y'all. Thank you for being here, Jerome. Thank you for chatting. I love the good conversations too. I will most likely be back later today, but I do need to do some stuff and eat some lunch, and I'll be off for a few hours probably. But I'll set up another stream. I know Jerome said he wants to see me going to Irvington Speedway, so that's definitely on the short list, though. It was already on the short list, so I'll keep that in mind, though. Jerome struggles with two monitors, so I have basically a big television and then two computer monitors that I use. The big television is actually amazing. A lot of my space comes from the television, and I just push everything over there. But then I need a good computer monitor, like a gaming monitor, basically to play on. All my other shit basically just happens on the second on my television. But I'll tell you, it works so good because you pretty much have to have three windows open at a minimum just to stream because you're going to need to have your gaming window, OBS, and then YouTube running as well. So you kind of need to have access to all three of those windows. I'm still learning how best to do this, but I've actually got it set up pretty well now. I'm even using my third monitor right now for my task manager because I have been having some issues and I just want to keep an eye. Just for the record, right now my CPU is at 34%. My memory is at I guess, about 75% usage. And my Wi-Fi is hanging in there. My Wi-Fi struggles a little bit. My GPU is at about 52% right now. So I'm running pretty well. I'm running it fairly light still. I could use actually some more memory down the road. If anyone has some cheap DDR4 RAM out there, give me a shout out. I need the 3600 DDR4 RAM. I would like to add a little more RAM. I think that would improve my performance. All I would need is like two sticks of 8 GB RAM, and I could expand my available memory by a lot. So anyway, a little bit of the Linus Tech Tips. Shout out to Linus Tech Tips if anyone ever watches that. I love that show, and I'm going to tell you guys if you ever need to build your own PC, Linus Tech Tips will give you some great YouTube videos. Um, there's other and I just can't think of the names, but that's one of the biggest the way I built my PC is a lot of it was through Linus Tech Tips and just watching his videos and being like, and they do a really good job. It's not just Linus, he's got a great crew with him. I love some of the other people he puts on camera. They're really good. All of them are at just diving in and explaining how things work on an easy level and maybe doing some comparisons. But yeah, if you're ever having PC issues, if you're ever needing some parts, if you're ever wanting to build a PC, I highly recommend watching Linus Tech Tips on YouTube. Big shout out to them because they helped me build my PC probably more than anyone, more than any one single source. I went there. There's other sources, and I'm certainly I'm not going to try to like school people on this stuff because I'm no expert, but I was able to build my own PC out of used and new parts, essentially used, refurbished, new. About half of it is probably brand new, but the other half is used and refurbished parts. And a lot of how I did it was just by watching Linus Tech Tips and some other YouTubers. I love YouTube for that kind of thing. You can pretty much learn any skill under the sun. Anyway, I'm realizing that I've been here talking for a long time and not actually doing anything in game. So let me get one little screenshot here because I'm kind of big on now. This is part of why he's 43 days old right now. Is that I'm sitting here talking to you guys for half the day. but he does also have 1,600 kills, so that tells you that he's been doing some killing in that time too, at least a little bit. So okay, I'm gonna I'm gonna end stream. I do really appreciate all you guys for being here and chatting with me and just hanging out. It's fun times. It's good times. I will be back most likely later today. I just got to go do some real life stuff and try to earn some money. So peace in, peace out, and much love to the entire Zomboid galaxy.